Good afternoon and welcome to the March 10th, 2026 meeting of the Glendale City Council. May we have roll call?
Councilmember Asadrian.
Here.
Brotman.
Here.
Garpetian.
Here.
And Mayor Najarian.
Here. Will you please read the first item?
First is discussion of council members' future agenda request. A is request by City Council to agendize a discussion to consider submitting a letter to Los Angeles Metro to conduct subsequent environmental reviews under the California Environmental Quality Act based on the impacts from SB 79. Mayor, I do have a card for this item.
Let's hear from the public and then I'm going to go
Mr. Mayor, before you go to public, I received a letter from our city attorney this morning that since my office is on Broadway, 1016 East Broadway, in front of, right on the route of BRT, I'm asked to recuse myself. And in the beginning, I was asked if I have a month-to-month lease or like a year or two lease. And that doesn't matter today because based on the letter, even it says, this is how it is, I just want to read it so everyone would know why I'm recusing myself. It says, even if they are not term leases, because my wife has a lease in the same building. It is difficult to ascertain whether the BRT materially affects your business entities on the leased premises without the assistance of the FPPC. So without FPPC knowing that if I don't have a lease, if I'm on month-to-month, am I, conflicted out or not? For example, the project runs right along the property of your businesses and will remove on-street parking adjacent to the property. So the assumption is that because of BRT, there may be some street parking removals that will affect the building that I'm in. And I don't own the building. Let me just be on the record. I'm just leasing a space. But the other issue that I have with this whole thing is, yesterday I asked the presenters of Metro how many street parkings are going to be removed. Are we going to lose street parkings? They didn't know. They said we are in the design process still and we don't know. And I don't know how the assumption is being made that exactly in front of my building, the street parkings are going to be removed because that's one of the base of it. And finally, the BRT, unlike the broader SB 79 discussion, does impact the public generally. I believe it should read does not impact the public generally, right? Yeah, this is, because I was really thinking about it. There's a typo, but it's okay. To me, as many times Mayor Najarian mentioned, this project was approved by everyone in the city, in the county. Everybody voted for it, for or against it, passed, of course. But now that the project is before us, it doesn't affect the public generally. I think there are, and I don't want to go through too many things, but Mayor Najarian's office was on Central Avenue for many years, and he voted for this project to move, or voiced his opinion. We are not voting on anything anyway. But no one questioned it. No one even looked into the idea of if he is within 500 feet or not, or if he is conflicted out or not. But since I raised some concerns, this idea started surfacing, then I have to recuse myself. And again, I have a question from the city attorney. I have every right to voice my opinion on this project or any other project as a resident, right, outside this dais.
Councilman Garpetian, the FPPC regulations allow a recused or conflicted council member to address their concerns as it affects their financial interests. So yes, you'd be able to speak to the project, not as a council member, but as a member of the public.
Right, because it's not just a
obviously it'd have to be from, not from the dais, but from the audience. But if you so choose.
No, I mean outside. Yeah. If there's an event somewhere, I want to go and speak in front of people as a resident. or voice my opinion at an event as a resident.
Certainly, as long as there's no attempt to influence the outcome of the decision that the city has to make with respect to the project. So if you're talking about going out and speaking in the public against the project or in favor of the project, whatever the case may be, that is something you can do in the context of the conflict of interest regulations.
Okay, that's good, because I will not be silenced on this issue, and it's not about the project itself, it's about whatever will trigger the SB 79. I will pave the road for implementation of SB 79. We all have to be concerned about it and do something about it. With that, I'm going to recuse myself, and my office is at 1016 East Broadway, Unit 207, Glendale, California, 91205.
Mr. Garcia, how do you define attempt to influence the outcome of a decision? If I was conflicted, let's say, and I went to the public and I said, I want you to send emails to the city council and tell them that they better not vote for this, or they should do this or that. Isn't that an attempt to influence the decision?
Council member or Mayor Najarian, I haven't looked it's been a while since I looked at this particular issue, but generally speaking, attempt to influence means using your position as a public official to influence outcome decisions. That's either lobbying your fellow council members, trying to influence staff, trying to influence the staff recommendation. I don't believe speaking to the public and even asking people to write in would qualify as attempting to influence outcome of a decision. It's using your position to influence outcome of a decision.
Okay. All right. I just want to make my position clear on conflict. I did have an office on 500 North Central Avenue. I vacated that office in 2018. Metro did not have a vote on this project until 2022, upon which time I was in a office on 500 North Brand. However, since this was raised, I don't know, 6 months ago or 8 months ago by Mr. Garpetian, I did seek the advice and review of 3 separate offices. One was the Office of Los Angeles County Council, who indicated, based on the facts and timing, I at that time on the 2022 vote in Metro, I was not conflicted. I sought counsel from the Inspector General, who is deemed and bestowed with the powers to make criminal referrals. I was cleared through the Metro Inspector General. And just to be triply sure, I went to the the Metro Ethics Officer, who also independently reviewed the facts and the timing and said there was no conflict issue. So I hope that that answers anyone's question.
Well, my question was not about current situation or 22. This project has been before this council in different venues, different places since 2013 or 14, if I'm not mistaken. And Mr. Najarian, Mayor Najarian, you, using your own words, influenced this project to move forward and spoke about it favorably. Of course, there was no decision at that time, but city was moving forward with it, or Metro was moving forward with it. But nonetheless, I think double standards are there. And I would like to ask the city attorney to find out from FPPC, if I have a month-to-month lease in my current location, do I have a conflict or not? Because it indicates here that the only way to find out is to seek assistance from the FPPC.
I do take issue with the comment that double standards exist. It's one standard. There was no project planned or designed or routed in 2013, 2014. It wasn't until 2022 that the Metro Board decided that this was going to be the route the current route that we have. That was the decision-making point, so.
They were not working on it in 2015, 16, 14, 18, 20? They were not working on this route? All of a sudden in 2022,
No.
they changed everything and said this is the one?
That's correct, Mr. Garcia.
I don't think so.
Well, you can speak to Los Angeles County
that's fine.
Council. You can speak to the
we'll get
Metro
to the
Ethics
bottom.
Officer, and you can also speak to the Inspector General. They do respond to inquiries from the public at has time, and perhaps they can enlighten you on what particular issues you feel exist still.
No, you're changing my words. This project has been working on since what year? You were on the board since
30
what?
years ago. 30 years ago, the mayors of Glendale, Pasadena, and Burbank got together and tried to
No, but
decide on a route.
In mid-20s, like 2013, 2015, 2016, this project was there. They were just working on the design of it.
But there was no route, Mr. Karpetian. They didn't know it was going to go on Central, on Brand, on San Fernando, on
But the project was there,
Glendale.
right? There was a project that you were discussing, basically. Right?
Anyway, I don't want to continue, but as I said, I refer you to.
Just please find out from FPPC if I have a conflict, if I don't have if I have a month-to-month, please. Okay?
Well, how about, wait a minute, since we're talking about standards, how about this source of income that's located on Central Avenue that removed you from our discussion of the Sears building?
Mm-hmm.
Does that exist still, or does that not exist, the source of income conflict? Remember, you didn't go for the Sears building, you said, I have someone on Central that has a source of income. This project
still-
goes on Central, so is
it
that
does-
still there?
It does still exist, and that's not why they're asking me to recuse myself. They're asking me because I have an office, I have to recuse myself. I did not, the letter that I got from the city attorney today, that's what it said. But we can skin this cat any way you want, it's fine. But the fact that we moved forward with this project, had several meetings, and you participated, it raises a question, that's all.
I'll just note for the record, in the communication I had with Councilmember Garpetian, I did raise the issue of the Sears conflict as a potential, a source of income as a potential conflict that might, it is.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes,
My
sir.
bad.
Okay, okay, let's move on. Will you be taking a card?
No.
Is he going to take a card?
If he wants to,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, we do have a speaker.
We do. We have one speaker, we have a card, and we have a phone call. Patrick Murphy? Patrick, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and remaining city council members. I believe that I heard that Councilmember Kasakian would also be recused out because he lives close to the BRT in Pelinconi. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. So, first of all, it is inappropriate to recuse 2 council members from this deliberation, given the entire city faces an existential threat from SB 79 in conjunction with the BRT. During the recent discussion of the vacancy tax, when we talked about, or the finance department talked about measures for income, it was determined that there would be no recusals because it would affect more than 25% of the community. Removing 2 council members from this deliberation takes away the voices of 80,000 Glendale residents. With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, if anyone should be recused, it should be you. You are the longest-serving member on BRT. That, in and of itself, is a conflict. However, I believe the full council, and by extension, the voices of all Glendale residents should be heard on this threat to our neighborhoods and our city at large. I learned last evening from project management with BRT in Fremont Park when Metro came out and made presentations on easels to the community that Pasadena has no dedicated bus lanes and that they were involved in the early environmental scoping meetings. It appears their discussions have protected them from SB 79. Why weren't we involved in those early discussions? And if we were, what happened during those discussions? I also learned last evening that Burbank is insisting on the performance of a supplemental EIR due to the impact of SB 79 in conjunction with the BRT and has sent a letter demanding same. In addition, I learned that both Pasadena and Burbank have cooperative agreements with Metro. Glendale does not. Why not? For example, Burbank and Pasadena are going to be reimbursed costs. We are not, as of yet. I understand we're talking with them now, but it's very late and perhaps too late to have any impact on the proposed plans. Frankly, you have failed the residents of Glendale, and now you need to make up for it. Discussions with the Southern California Association of Governments, also known as SCAG, should be ongoing with respect to the drawing of their maps related to SB 79. To eliminate any threats to our neighborhoods, has anyone reached out to SCAG? We need to join with Burbank to make absolutely certain that a supplemental EIR is commissioned. If this doesn't happen, then the courts need to be involved immediately. Thank you.
So, Mr. Garcia, my length of tenure on Metro does not create a conflict for me at the Glendale City Council.
It does not.
I knew that answer. I was just
I
saying
assumed it was
to you.
rhetorical, but happy to play along.
Okay, next speaker, please. Or caller.
Fernando Roldan. Fernando, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Always great to hear from you folks. I'm going to be the opposite because here's the situation, Mr. Mayor. I'm also a member of Metro through the Accessibility Advisory Committee, which I invite you folks to join us this Thursday at 1 p.m. I think we should discuss this as well. I agree with the gentleman with what he said, that we do need to extend it. But may I remind the gentleman and my fellow people like Glendale that as a person with a disability, we need some of the structure of the SB 79 in order to make sure that our buses and our bus routes also include in residential areas. So some of us in wheelchairs, walkers, canes, can be, and those who are blind can be able to go through town and anywhere. May I also remind that last gentleman who spoke and the mayor and the council that we have big events coming up. We have the Olympics coming up. We have the World Cup coming up. We have Super Bowl, the Super Bowl coming up in LA, which of course people probably want to go on buses from Glendale all the way to the Super Bowl or to some of the Super Bowl parties. Why am I reminding all this? Because the thing is, we need to meet halfway. We need a distance to make sure that everybody's involved. It can't just be excused and all, just for whatever. And as an officer, Mr. Mayor, I would invite you to also come to the AAC meeting as well and discuss SB 79. And that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's all the calls.
Okay, I'm going to.
Mr. Mayor, just briefly.
Yes, Mr. Garcia.
On the conflict issue, I just wanted to note that I think conceptually I agree with what Mr. Murphy was saying, that like the BRT, just like the Verdugo Wash, does traverse a major part of our city. Conceptually, you know, I do think Councilmember Kasakian and Councilmember Garpetian should be able to participate. Just like I thought on the wash, I thought you and Councilmember Garpetian should participate. But the FPPC has very strict numerical thresholds for what is public generally, and in the case of the BRT, this doesn't qualify. Also, with respect to the cooperative agreement, the staffs are still negotiating, very close. It'll be coming soon, as soon as it gets wrapped up, but we will have a cooperative agreement very much in line with what Burbank and Pasadena have, maybe even more protective.
And let me just zoom out if we can. Conflict of interest laws are implemented and have been adopted to protect the public from council members and other elected officials who may feel influenced financially by a decision that they make on their respective boards. It's to protect the public and to make sure that there is no financial influence or some financial consideration that's made. Now, is it unfortunate, as Mr. Garcia said, that we don't have a full component of council members? Yes, it is unfortunate, but that's just the laws that we wanted to live by. We want to follow those laws in conducting our business.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Brotman.
can I just ask, so those laws, just so the public is clear, we're all clear, those are not city codes. Those are state law, right?
State Political Reform Act, and then also the regulations imposed by the Federal Fair Political Practice Commission implementing that law. Both sets of regulations, there are state laws that you all, and in fact, staff as well, has to comply with in respect to these types of projects.
Okay, so with reference to what the first speaker said, I mean, these are not matters that we have control over.
That's
as a
correct.
city. Okay. And I was hoping maybe on this question of a cooperative agreement, if we could, because I think this has been mentioned many, many times, and this keeps coming back, that to clarify what the cooperative agreement is and is not. My understanding is that it is an agreement for Glendale to get reimbursed for costs that we incur as part of the project. Could somebody just, again, clarify for the public what this cooperative agreement is and what it will mean for us once we put it in place?
And I'm going to just caution my colleagues, just for the record, that I don't want to go too far afield
Okay.
of the Brown Act, but if the
Okay.
city attorney feels that a
Just a
brief
Brief
explanation is appropriate, I will not object.
You want to?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilman Brotman, generally speaking, you are correct. The majority of the language in that cooperative agreement deals with a mechanism for the reimbursement of the cost of staffing as far as plan check, et cetera, review of their plans, Metro's plans are concerned. It sets the stage or the mechanism for that payment, also includes who's responsible for what during the construction and post-construction.
Okay.
So is there a council member that would like to be the proponent of this item? It was weird. I'm not sure we were clear as to who was the one who had asked us to come forward. I think it was Councilmember Asaturian. Was this your idea?
Could have been.
Or was this, would you like to address it?
Sure.
Would you like to
Yeah, I would-
discuss
yeah.
that?
I recognize that there's a letter from Burbank in front of us that was sent to Metro. I also recognize that Metro has gotten back to Burbank on this item, noting that Burbank has gone through that process and they would not be providing another EIR. I still would like to send something to Metro asking for a new EIR. I would also like to include in that letter an opportunity for us to collaborate together for advocacy for SB 79 and the impacts of that as it relates to the BRT. I'm not looking for this to be a combative letter to Metro. They're partners with us. I'm just looking for a way for us to work together to resolve some of these issues. And obviously, there's grave concern about the impacts of SB 79 on this route. And I know that a lot is still up in the air, but I would like to get some formal response to Glendale from Metro on this item.
Mr. Brotman?
And for us to collaborate together, of course, and for the record, I was going to open it with, I'm not interested in skinning any cat in any way.
Okay, whatever.
Mr. Brotman?
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot. I completely understand the concerns about SB 79. It is existential, certainly to large parts of the city. And I made my objections to it clear last week when we were talking about SB 79. At the same time, I don't want to undermine the most important transit project to come our way for probably decades, right? We want good quality transit. We need good quality transit. So, we could send a letter to Metro and ask them to do a subsequent EIR. We know what the answer is already because Burbank asked that question and it was answered. So I think it's purely performative to do that. It's purely to act like we're doing something when we know the result is what it is. I would really rather lean in on, if we're going to write a letter to Metro, a letter that basically suggests that we and Metro more actively collaborate in convincing the powers that be at the state level and at SCAG to exempt the BRT from SB 79. The problem is not the BRT, the problem is SB 79. So I would also like us to consider, you know, whatever looks like a full court press with our electeds, with the governor, with SCAG, with the rest of the legislature, anybody that's carrying any cleanup bills, with the county, and perhaps joining with all the other cities along the corridor, and making a even stronger effort than we've been making kind of behind the scenes. That to me is where we can be productive. We can get we can get the BRT exempted from SB 79. And I think that would be a win, and we could go ahead with an important transit project. So that's where I am. I don't really see the point of asking a question that's already been answered and taking staff time preparing that letter, honestly.
So your idea is the second half of Councilmember Asaturian's idea.
Yes.
And I very much support that as well. And I don't think we should limit, not necessarily to be placed in the letter, but we shouldn't limit our efforts to seek allies to the corridor cities, because City of LA also has this issue, City of Beverly Hills, and in fact, many cities do. But I'm not opposed to putting on, so we've gotten so far ahead of ourselves, to putting on the agenda the proposal that we write a letter of, as you two so aptly put, conciliation, but advocating for exclusion, a willingness to work with Metro to exclude this line and perhaps others from the effects of SB 79.
Yeah, and anything, and I don't know if we can kind of, we're morphing this a little bit, but, you know, what I would like to see come back to us would be staff's proposal for us to conduct, you know, a more active political effort across the state in order to get SB 70, get the BRT exempted.
Okay. I would just note, so procedurally, you could, if you wanted to just staff to write a letter, you could do that here because the procedures allow for like letters of support or opposition to do that.
can.
You could, but I
wanna
mean,
go
on the
beyond
other hand,
that.
if you want to see kind of what that advocacy effort looks like, then staff can bring that back at a later time.
Okay, so is that your motion? Will you remove the letter about the EIR, the part of the EIR?
Could we take two motions?
Yes, we can.
So, because I would
So
like
you'd like to
second-
bifurcate
yeah.
it? Okay, so let's start with the one that sounds like we have support on. That's the letter to work with Metro and other cities to exempt ourselves from SB 79. Let's take roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian?
We have a
Yes.
motion and a second? I just,
Oh, okay,
Mr. Brown, do you wanna?
I'll move that suggestion.
okay.
I'll second that.
Second, roll call.
Councilmember Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian? Kasakian? And Mayor Najarian?
Yes. And
Well,
the
then,
second part is
to send a letter.
solely the EIR,
Correct.
the request to conduct a supplemental EIR or additional environmental studies in light of SB 79's.
And so I'm
Passage.
moving it, and then, well, then you wouldn't go for a vote because I wouldn't have a second.
it'll die for lack of a second, but the minutes can reflect that you made the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And again, I'm just not seconding it because I think it's kind of an exercise in futility. We already have the answer.
I mean, I feel like if Burbank sent it and then we're sending it, and then I don't know what other cities feel. I don't know. I feel like there's power in numbers, and I want to be able to make our concerns heard to Metro. And I'm not looking at it as, you know, we're starting a fight with them over this. I'm saying we have concerns that came up because of SB 79, and that should be looked at. So that's it.
Okay. There's no second. on
Okay.
that. Let's go to the next item, please.
Next item is request by council members Al Sadurian to agendize a discussion to consider establishing a policy to include certain demographic information data collection, Armenian checkbox on city forms.
All right, so I briefly spoke about this at the last council meeting, but I worked closely with GUSD on this back in, I want to say 2007, when Dr. Escalante was there and, you know, the old GUSD board members. And I was hoping that with AB 91, I was planning to bring that forward at a later date in hopes that we as a city could carry the same plan during that same time. Not knowing where AB 91 is going to go at this point and how far it's going to be delayed, I think it's really crucial for us to have a policy that incorporates collecting data on the largest population of Armenians outside of Armenia and largest population of our own residents here in Glendale. I know that some of our departments do that on some of their forms, including, I know recently our homeless services had even reached out to county to do this, but the fact that we don't have an Armenian checkbox doesn't allow for us to know where the gaps are and where their service needs are and where we're excelling. That also includes how many of our small businesses are Armenian owned. And the reason that this is important, I'll point to even GUSD and why this started there. We were unable to identify how many Armenian students were getting suspended, expelled, how many were actually graduating, how many were going off to four-year universities versus two. Everything and anything that we look at when it comes to policy and programming requires for us to have data in order for us to provide proper resources. And so my hope is that we can start a discussion on this and looking into it. GUSD has a great model that they implemented a long time ago, which allows for this now. And so it's also what's used now for them to be able to communicate in different languages to parents. So again, I think the meat of it would be important for the future of the city and its residents and small businesses.
Are there any speaker cards?
Mayor, there's no speaker cards or callers on this item.
Are there any comments or seconds from the dais?
I'll second it. I'm interested in, what GUSD has done and what we can do. If we're already collecting demographic data, other types of demographic data, age, gender, things like that, ethnicity, and we're not including Armenian, that seems strange to me. So,
well, yes, the issue here is that the Armenian community is marked under white, and so while it has different needs, we're unable to say that, this number of residents or, even when you think about programs that we partner with different nonprofit organizations, as an example, we're unable to tell whether YWCA that got the funding or whatnot, what percentage of those funds cater to what demographic. And so data impacts everything. So I just want us to have that conversation. I'm happy to also get some additional information in the meantime from GUSD on how we did it there.
sure.
Yeah, I like to know that as to GUSD, when they collected for years all this information, what have they done with it? What kind of services they provided? What was the results of the data, and who controls that data, and where is it stored? And it's all important because security is number one in general. So I'd like to have a discussion. I'd like to know how many forms do we have, a roster of an inventory of our forms, that some of them I know they have that checkbox.
Right.
Let's see which one doesn't have and why not. Maybe some of them don't even need to have one. So I don't mind having a discussion, but
Yeah.
I want to know what the results, what kind of services are we going to provide? Let's say you have a data today. What kind of services are you going to provide in general as a city?
Well, I think when you have data, you're able to look at where a community is excelling or where there are gaps in service or assistance, and then you're able to actually properly allocate certain programming to that demographic based off of that. And I'll give you an example just from GUSD, and I know we're going into, but if you look back before then, the Welcome Center at GUSD, as an example, only had materials in English. And so when Armenian parents were going, they had them in Spanish, they had them in other languages, but they didn't have them in Armenian. After that process went through, we actually worked very closely with GUSD to indicate that even simple things like when someone's going into a welcome center to register their child, all of that material also needs to be provided. And being able to gauge how many new Armenian students that are coming in and how many of them, for example, have language barriers versus being born here, just as an
Okay, let's
example.
move this along. I think we've got a winner. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
I was not here for the discussion, so I will abstain.
and Mayor Najarian.
Yes. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, may I please ask the clerk to note that I'm here, and I apologize for being late because I was coming from Metropolitan Water District, but I also want to note that the previous item, I would have recused myself from it regardless, and I'd like to state the reason for that recusal. This was regarding a letter regarding SB 79 as it pertains to the proposed BRT project, correct, Mr. Garcia, right? So due to the fact that my home at 910 Norton Avenue which is public record, is located within 500 feet of the proposed BRT line, I am recusing myself from this item. Recusal means that I will not participate, or I did not participate in discussion, deliberation, or vote on this matter, and I will step out of council chambers if it's discussed while the item is being considered by council under the Fair Political Practices Commission's rules and regulations. Because my home is within that proximity, it is presumed that the BRT project would have a financial effect on my real property interest. And unlike broader policy decisions such as those of SB 79, which the city attorney has informed us affect a far greater number of parcels throughout the city, this decision relates specifically to the BRT corridor. So for that reason, on the advice of the city attorney, I am recusing myself from this matter. Or I did, and I will.
Okay, let the record so reflect.
Thank you.
Let's go to the last item for this afternoon.
Item number C, request by Councilmember Brotman to agendize a discussion to consider establishing Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE-free zone.
Mr. Brotman.
Yes, so an increasing number of cities in California are passing ordinances which they're calling ice-free zones, or ordinances to establish what they're calling ice-free zones. Basically, that would restrict immigration enforcement or prohibit immigration enforcement on city or county-owned property, in our case, city-owned property, things like offices, parking lots, parks, things like that. So it's in response to what we learned about a staging of ICE vehicles in one of our parking lots in order to conduct an immigration action. And my request is that we explore a ordinance that would prohibit or certainly limit that activity.
Okay. I'm going to just make a few comments. I don't feel that that would be in the best interest of the city, because we're going to be essentially making an ordinance that would prohibit federal agents, likely immigration agents, from using the city facilities such as parking lots, et cetera. I want to remind everyone that federal law enforcement plays a legitimate and important government function. ICE operates under federal law enacted by Congress. And while we may have disagreements as to their proper training, their proper facilities that they hold detainees at, I think we should be very cautious before we take actions that obstruct federal agencies from carrying out their lawful duties. I also feel that this proposal risks placing the city of Glendale in an unnecessary conflict with the federal government. Our role is to provide services, maintain infrastructure, and ensure the safety and well-being of our residents. Turning our city facilities into battlegrounds over federal policy takes away from those responsibilities. Not permitting these federal agents to use something as simple as a parking lot is not going to do anything to change immigration policy. It's going to be very inflammatory. It's going to interfere with our ability to cooperate with other agencies. I, as a father of a law enforcement officer, would not want to send my son in to a group of ICE agents and tell them that they are trespassing. Essentially, it would be a trespass charge, or maybe more, on city property, and to confront them and to threaten them with arrest. Because if we're going to enforce this law, that's what this means. Our police officers, our men, women, sons, and daughters are going to be getting in the face of the ICE agents with perhaps guns drawn, tasers drawn, fists thrown. It is a bad scene, and I would not want my son or anyone else to go into that. And with regard to what happened last week, these were criminals who were preying on one or more Glendale businesses. It was a family of 5 crew that were arrested by our police officers. It's all over the news. It was a theft crew who was stealing jewelry by way of deception. They were arrested. Their homes were searched. They found stolen jewelry, fraudulent documents, fraudulent passports, currency. These are exactly the type of people that we want to be detained and to be deported if they are not legal immigrants or legal residents. So I think we're going way off track on this. I don't think it's a good idea. The chief is here. I have spoken to the chief. The chief thinks it's a bad idea. The Police Officers Association, to whom I think some of my colleagues are endorsed, feel it is a bad idea to do this. Either you're for law enforcement or you're not for law enforcement. You can't say I support local law enforcement, but not federal law enforcement. I think that's a big problem. Comment on the training, comment on the tactics, comment on that. That's legitimate. But to have a blanket recusal and prohibition of federal law enforcement from using our facilities is wrong. That's my opinion. Mr. Kasakian.
I think that's a very binary either-or position. I personally am not supportive of what the immigration enforcement actions by the federal government are doing and how they're being carried out, and the number of, I believe, people who are undeserving of the harassment and arrests are having to endure, including incurring additional legal costs in addition to the processes that they are legally following to remain in this country. Sure, I absolutely support the persecution, arrest, and deportation of criminals, but there are many instances of miscarriages of federal law being carried out by this agency, including incidents where it has resulted in violence and loss of life. I mean, let's not be blind to that fact and try to do ideological gymnastics to make our certain, preconceived positions fit that. I also don't necessarily understand how creating an ICE-free zone makes the situation either better or is enforceable, given also our limited resources. So, I don't necessarily agree with either, but I'm willing to entertain a discussion about it. I think if it's something that one of my colleagues feels strongly about, sure, let's have that discussion. But I will tell you, at the moment, I am not necessarily sold that this is going to have a positive effect other than, a symbolic gesture for the community. And I think there are better things that we can do symbolically to show our disagreement with what is happening with the federal policies and how they're impacting communities.
Any other comments? Mr. Garpetian.
Well, I think this is a bad idea as well. The family who was arrested by Glendale PD, they were victimizing the Glendale small businesses. One of the businesses was on Broadway, It was a jewelry store. They all came in. 3, 4 of them came in. Three came in. One was on the lookout. The other one was in the car, if I'm not mistaken. So they took tens of thousands of dollars of jewelries from this hardworking man who works every day, 8 to 10 hours a day. Small business in Glendale on Broadway, and I hope I'm not conflicted out on speaking on this because it's on Broadway. But they were arrested, and they were on the, if I'm not mistaken, on the FBI list. And then when they were released, ICE picked them up because probably they had their immigration status. And they didn't pick up just anybody from the street. I don't know how many cases we had in Glendale that they falsely arrested people or separated families or what have you. I don't think they give us those numbers. But you don't want to create an ordinance based on one incident. And let's say you have an ICE-free zone and tomorrow I don't know what you call staging, if they're parked somewhere on city property. It's a public property. Anybody can park on public property. So how are you going to enforce it? Are you going to send Glendale PD to move them out of our facilities? How are you going to enforce it? You're going to put one law enforcement against the other? It's unnecessary. I mean, if there are flaws in their operation, as it was mentioned, training and federal government has to take care of it. You cannot, as a city, a small municipality, to deal with their training or their operation. How many incidents did we have? I don't know. I don't know of many of them, but I know that one incident, and they were criminals. They were arrested, they were released, they were on FBI list, watch list, and they were picked up. Most probably, I don't know what the reason is. They don't tell us, but most probably because of their immigration status. So.
Let me make sure everyone has a chance.
Thank you. I wouldn't call their operations just flawed. I've been very outspoken about my position on the ICE operations in general. Glendale is home to the largest immigrant population in all of California, and with that comes a responsibility. We have seen for a long time now the fear tactics that are also used that have impacted not just our residents, but our small businesses and our mom and pops. I have from the get-go said that my position on this does not include anybody that is a criminal or committing a crime. By all means, have anybody that is a criminal and falls under that to be deported. But the truth of the matter is this has severe impacts in our communities. I've personally had to respond to countless residents and small businesses inquiring about safety and their security and what that means for Glendale. And so I am in agreement with Mr. Ksakian that while I'm happy to have the larger discussion, I'm not so sure that this is the best way for us to go about it. Just very similar to how we were having a conversation about our jail use for ICE, because that was a very difficult decision, because while I didn't believe that we needed to coordinate with them, we also had instances of individuals that were using that facility and had the opportunity while here to be taken care of, to be able to see an attorney, to be able to be fed and looked at medically. That's because it was our facility and our police officers, and under our jurisdiction, they were treated differently. And so I'm happy to have this discussion, and I'd like to learn more about what that would entail. And for those cities that have put this forth, you know, what has that resulted in, both positive and negative, and what we're looking at right now. So I'd kind of leave it at that. I'm happy to have the discussion. And I would also like to note, because you know, I would assume that the comment was directed to me. It's very insulting to hear a colleague note that my decision would be based on an endorsement that I received. or that I would have to do it because of that. And so I take immense pride in my voting record for public safety, which has earned me the endorsement, but I think that was really hitting below the belt. Thank you.
Mayor. Again, my position, I think, is one that does not agree with how this so-called enforcement of whatever you want to call it, laws, justice is being carried out. I think clearly as a legal person who is tasked and takes an oath to defend the rights of individuals that are your clients, I think you have to agree with some of that. But ultimately, I would like to ask whether Councilmember Brotman and the rest of my colleagues, before this moves to the next step of being agendized as an item, would entertain either a memo, or even if it needs to be from some sort of outside counsel or constitutional expert, to see what exactly this would mean in terms of our jurisdiction, our ability to even, because I'm not interested in doing something that's going to be purely symbolic and has no impact just to say we did it. That's not what I'm here for. Certainly there's times and places for that, and I think if it's a matter of standing with our residents who are here either seeking asylum or seeking a path to a better life and becoming citizens, I stand with them every opportunity. I've testified for them in courts of immigration law. I've written letters for them, but I don't want to necessarily do something that is empty and is unenforceable or unactionable. So I would like to know from an attorney and from legal counsel whether there's anything to what Councilmember Brotman is asking.
Mr. Garcia, is there something, additional information council can receive without having a full agendized item?
I mean, if the council wants, we can look at the legal and enforcement challenges before a report's brought back and present that to the council before the discussion.
And that would be a public document?
It could be public or private. I mean,
Oh, it can be private?
Yeah. I mean, it could be attorney-client. We can certainly provide you something attorney-client, and you can review it before asking for the report, or we can do it in conjunction with the report. I mean, whatever the council's pleasure.
Is there any interest in taking that half step before we agendize it?
Personally, I would like to move this forward. I think that will delay the process because that'll be a memo. Not sure how long that'll take. Then we'll read it, and then we have to go through this process again to agendize a discussion. So I'd rather that discussion, whatever would be in that memo, come to us and have us discuss it here on the dais, and we can decide whether to move forward or not. So that's where I am. And I do want to say this is, and I said this last week when I brought this up, this is not about those people that were picked up. The idea that, you can pick a few cases of hardened criminals and justify a lot of unconstitutional behavior that's being carried out against people that do not have criminal records. I think that's not appropriate. I was not talking about these individuals that were arrested. I'm talking about the general issue that this immigration activity is being done often unconstitutionally, targeting people because of their skin color, because of their accent, because of the kind of work they do. We know this is happening. So, and there's very little that we can do about it as a city. But this is one thing we can do. One thing we can do is is not allow them to use our facilities. And so I think it's something I would like to have come back, and we can hear from the police department. I mean, I think this is pro law enforcement because I'm for good law enforcement, and I think bad law enforcement makes good law enforcement look bad. And so I think this is something that we should have a discussion on, and the ability to take a vote on whether to move ahead with an ordinance or not. That's my position.
Okay.
Mayor?
Mr. Garpetian,
Yeah,
let's put this to a vote one way or the other.
I like the idea of having a memo because I like to know how many cases we had in Glendale, what issues do we have in Glendale, because we can't make a decision for the entire county or the state or the country. We are making a decision for our city. We have to see how many incidents did we have, how many people were arrested unfairly or unjustly.
We don't know. There's no way we can know that. It's all anecdotal.
Well, I think that's another problem. That's most of it is anecdotal.
The way it
so, and I want to know the ordinances that were passed in other cities? How many cities adopted a similar ordinance, and what are the results of these ordinances? What have it done, these ordinances do to slow down the operation of ICE or deter it or what have you? What are the results of the ordinances that was passed in other cities in order for us to have some basis to see if you want to have a discussion up here or not? So that's where I am.
Okay, so is there,
Can I just add on the, I would prefer a memo as a starter. I would like the memo to also indicate if we do this, where else in the city can they use to be able to, does that mean that they can use curbside? There's I have a million and one questions of what this looks like. So if I'm precluding them from getting into a parking lot, but they can park on the street, I mean, I don't know any of these details. So again, I'm not interested in performative policies that also add Glendale as a possible target. And so, again, I just want details about not just what that would mean and where they would not be able to stage, but also all the other things that are available to them or all the other places that are available to them in the city. So,
okay, I'm hearing support for this request for information by way of a memo addressing the issues raised by Councilmember Kasakian and Councilmember Asaturian. Is there a motion for that memo? Do we need to do it by motion or just by direction or?
The process is for agendizing matters, so if there's not support for that before getting the memo, then you can just provide us direction to do the memo.
Okay, well, let's then deal with the issue at hand, which is 1C, agendize a discussion to consider establishing an ICE-free zone. I presume Mr. Brotman will
I'll
make
make
that.
that motion.
Is there a second? Okay, that dies for a second. Is there general direction, general agreement on the request to have a memo discussing other cities' actions, practical effects of such a ICE-free zone? What other issues were we
Enforcement.
raising?
Yeah, for me, it's about the whether, how, and what is the constitutionality and our ability to restrict access to public places, whether it's another agency or whatever the case may be, and how that is actually carried out or how is it realized, enforced. For me, that is a critical point to this, and it has nothing to do really. I know that some of my colleagues all made comments that were ranging from one end of the spectrum on this on the ideology as it pertains to this issue to the other, and mine is strictly on what it would look like.
Okay, is that,
I think we have it.
you have a notion as to
Correct.
what?
can we have some sort of timeline on the memo? Because I do think that.
Sure. If it's okay, I'd like to talk to my staff and figure out who on my staff is going to be working on this as the lead, and then I can provide you later this week a timeline of when that would be. That's okay by you?
Okay. I mean, we'd rather have it sooner
Yeah,
than later.
understood.
And by the way, I should say this is akin to agents wearing masks and not properly identifying themselves. There's a lot of things I have issues with that they're doing. But whether we collectively pass anything saying do this doesn't really mean that it's actually something that's effective and we can enforce.
Okay, that will conclude our business for this afternoon. We'll start again at 6. We have a reception for the Council Generals at 5:30.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 10, 2026 meeting of the Glendale City Council. May we have roll call?
Yes, council members Asadrian,
Here.
Brahman,
Here.
Karpetian,
Here.
Kasakian,
Here.
Mayor Najarian.
Here. Will you all please rise and join me in the flag salute? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing, and I invite Brother Govindananda from the Self-Realization Fellowship to deliver the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Good evening, everyone. Let's turn the mind within and become aware of that quiet place within us in which we might feel the presence of God or the presence of our deepest self. And let us pray silently, beloved God, bless us with thy wisdom, that we may be able, by our decisions and actions, to serve, in whatever way we are able, all those citizens entrusted to our care. Peace. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, may we have your report?
Yes, the agenda for the March 10th, 2026 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on March 5th, 2026 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Thank you. And for the next item, would you please read 4A through F, please?
Yes, the next item are presentations and appointments. Item A is Mayor's Commendation to Council General of Armenia. Item B is Mayor's Commendation to Council General of the Dominican Republic. Item C is Mayor's Commendation to Consul General of Japan. Item D is Mayor's Commendation to Consul General of Korea. Item E is Mayor's Commendation to Consul General of Mexico. Item F is Mayor's Commendation to Consul General of the Philippines.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is a very special moment for the city of Glendale. Glendale, as you know, has long been a place where the world comes together. Our residents represent cultures and traditions from across the globe. And through our Sister City program, we've built friendships that connect our local community to cities and people thousands of miles away. It is my privilege tonight to welcome and recognize the distinguished representatives of the nations with which Glendale shares these meaningful relationships. Through our Sister City program, Glendale has developed strong bonds with remarkable cities around the world. In Armenia, we share ties with Gyumri and Gapan. In Mexico, we're proud to be connected with Rosarito and Tlaquepaque. In the Dominican Republic, we share friendships with Santiago de los Caballeros. In Japan, our long-standing partner city is Higashi Osaka. In the Republic of Korea, Glendale has sister city relationships with Boeon, Gimpo, and Gosung, and many friendly city relationships, I might add. And most recently, we welcomed Santa Rosa in the Philippines as our newest sister city. Of course, our connection with Armenia holds a particularly special place in the life of Glendale. Glendale is home to one of the largest Armenian communities outside of Armenia itself, and Armenian culture, history, and contributions are deeply woven into the fabric of our city. Our sister city relationships with Gyumri and Gapan reflect not only municipal partnerships, but also cultural, historic, and family ties between our people. And these partnerships are more than ceremonial. They represent real connections between people, with students, artists, educators, business leaders, and families who learn from one another and share their cultures. Sister city relationships remind us that diplomacy does not only occur in national capitals, it also happens in cities like Glendale, where people come together in friendship and mutual respect. Glendale itself reflects this global spirit. Our community includes residents whose heritages trace back to Armenia, Mexico, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, and the Caribbean, and so many other parts of the world as well. And this diversity is one of our greatest strengths and our Sister City program celebrates that reality. And I'd like to also acknowledge the presence tonight of two distinguished representatives who I feel a very close affinity to, and those are the representatives of Japan and the Republic of Korea. Now, we know that the relationship between these two great nations includes some difficult chapters in the 20th century. We also know that recognizing the history is important because it reminds us why diplomacy, dialogue, and understanding matter so much. And at the same time, the decades since that period have also shown the remarkable capacity of nations to move forward through diplomacy and cooperation. Japan and the Republic of Korea today are both vibrant democracies, important economic partners, and key contributors to regional stability and global prosperity. For cities like Glendale, this progress offers an important lesson that even where history prevents challenges, sustained dialogue and engagement can help build a more peaceful and cooperative future. The presence of both the consular representatives here this evening is a powerful reminder that diplomacy is not only about governments, it's about people, relationships, and the shared goal of a more stable and prosperous world. Now, that is precisely the spirit of our Sister City movement. When cities build friendships across borders, they create opportunities for cultural exchange, educational partnerships, and economic cooperation. More importantly, they help foster understanding among people who might otherwise never have met. So, on behalf of the City of Glendale, I want to express our deep appreciation to all the consuls general here tonight. Your work strengthens the ties between your nations and our cities, our city in particular, and it helps ensure that the communities remain connected through friendship and mutual respect. This evening, it is our privilege to recognize each of you for that work. And as I call your names and give a little bit of background, very short, I promise, please join me at the front so that we may present your mayor's commendation and express Glendale's gratitude for your partnership and friendship. Starting with Armenia, and this is in alphabetical order, just so there's no, we're not going to play favorites. Armenia, with the sister cities of Gyumri, Gapan, and the Gentron district of Yerevan. We are honored to welcome the newly appointed Consul General of Armenia, the Honorable Anna Avetisyan, representing our sister and friendship cities, Glendale's sister cities Gyumri and Gapan and Friendship City. Gyumri is Armenia's second largest city. It's celebrated for its rich cultural heritage, unique architecture, and artistic traditions. Gapan is known for its scenic landscapes and thriving local community. And Yerevan, the capital, is the heart of Armenia's culture, its government, and its history. These cities maintain strong ties with Glendale through student and delegation visits, fostering mutual understanding and lasting friendship. The Honorable Anna Avetisyan, please come forward.
So, thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here today.
We have a weird thing. We have rules about who can get the camera angle, but if you can use the microphone, that's the most important thing.
Thank you.
And if you want to turn a little bit, you can get the side, but you can't turn all the way around.
That's okay? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. It's really big honor to be here and to present Armenia in this wonderful city council. Yes, strengthening and enhancing partnership with City of Glendale is among our priorities, and I promise that I will put all efforts to more strengthen the relationship between sister cities of Kapan, Gyumri, Kentron District, and Glendale. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask that at the end, we'll make the presentation and we'll all come down with all the consul generals. So you can have a seat
Thank you so much.
at the moment. Thank you. From the Dominican Republic, the city of Santiago de los Caballeros, we are honored to welcome outgoing Consul General of the Dominican Republic, the Honorable Alfonso Rodriguez. Representing our sister city, Santiago de los Caballeros, Santiago is one of the Dominican Republic's most vibrant and historic cities, known for its cultural landmarks and as a key industrial hub. Glendale proudly hosted the Dominican Republic team during the 2015 Special Olympics World Games, reflecting our shared commitment to inclusion and international cooperation. The Honorable Alfonso Rodriguez, please come forward. We thank you for your service during your tenure and grateful for the contributions that you've made. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. I'm sure I'm gonna miss all the beautiful and great restaurants here in this area. I've become very familiar with all the foods and all the different cultures here in Glendale. Thank you very much. Santiago is a beautiful city, and Santiago is it's the second largest city in the Dominican Republic, but it's probably #1 in business and in companies and factories and free zone. It is a beautiful city. It has no beach, but Puerto Plata is very close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Consul General. From Japan, we are honored to welcome the Consul General of Japan, the Honorable Kosei Murota, representing our sister city of Higashi Osaka, located just east of Osaka. That's what Higashi Osaka means, east of Osaka. Higashi Osaka is a vibrant city known for its rich history, strong manufacturing industry, and beloved noodle dishes. Being Glendale's first sister city in 1960, our partnership has continued through student exchange programs and cultural connections. Higashi Osaka proudly maintains a replica of Glendale's city seal in a public park and graciously hosts visiting mayors from the city of Glendale each year. Will the Honorable Kosei Murota please come forward?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. It's a quite honor for me personally and our Consulate General Office and City of Higashi Osaka and for Japan. In 1960, Higashi Osaka became Glendale's first sister city, and since the year 1975, Shosei-an Tea House in Brown Park has deepened understanding about Japanese culture through events such as the popular Cherry Blossom Festival. I want to notify that this year's festival will be April the 19th. And taking this opportunity, I'd like to acknowledge the 4 great schools stationed in the city of Glendale who have a great Japanese language immersion program. I will not mention the specific names, but actually I would like to thank you for having those great schools. And as the mayor mentioned, actually your efforts for fostering sister-citizen relationships will foster greater nation-to-nation relationships. And so that means your contribution to the sister-citizen relationship will be the kind of a the great promoter of peace and stability of international relations. And again, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Consul General. We are honored to welcome the Consul General of Korea, the Honorable Kim Young-Gwan, representing our sister and friendship cities. Glendale's sister cities, Bowen, Gosong, and Gimpo, and friendship cities, Handae-gu, Paju, and Songbuk-gu, each bring unique character, from Bowengun's scenic mountains and agricultural heritage, Gosong's historic coastal sites, Gimpo's thriving community, Haeundae-gu's famous beaches, Paju's art and publishing scene, to Songbuk-gu's rich history and culture. These cities maintain strong ties with Glendale through frequent student exchanges, cultural programs, and annually hosting the mayor of the city of Glendale, fostering mutual understanding and lasting friendship. I returned from Korea in October, and it was an incredibly memorable trip. Representing the Republic of Korea is the Honorable Kim Young-Gwan. Please come forward, Consul General.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. Good afternoon. Let me first congratulate 120th anniversary of the establishment of this beautiful city, Glendale. Thank you for inviting me, inviting our team to this commemorative event. And thank you, the city leadership, including mayor and the city council members, for your strong commitment to and profound interest in promoting international exchanges and partnership with foreign cities. I really do believe building a relationship, building a partnership among local cities, municipalities, enriches, strengthens our bilateral relationship among nations, mutually reinforcing the relations. Korea has truly benefited from Glendale's effort to reach out 3 sister cities and 3 friendship cities. I hope, based on this dynamic and distinct bilateral exchanges and cooperation, the city of Glendale further grows and prospers with its value of mutual understanding and cultural exchanges and educational collaboration and economic development partnership. The consulate is also very ready to cooperate with the city to bring more diversity and prosperity to this beautiful city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Consul General. We are honored to welcome from the Consulate of Mexico office, the Chief of Staff, representing our sister cities of Rosarito and Tlaquepaque. Rosarito is a vibrant coastal city known for its beaches and thriving tourism industry, while Tlaquepaque is celebrated for its rich arts, crafts, and cultural heritage. Our partnership has a long history of cultural exchanges, official visits, and community support, including Glendale's fire truck donation to Tlaquepaque, reflecting our shared commitment to friendship and cooperation. Representing the Honorable Luis Angel Castaneda is his Chief of Staff. Please come forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Luis Angel Castañeda. It's my honor to be here representing Consul General Carlos González Gutiérrez. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Mayor and all City Council members for this initiative. I think this is very important. Actually, like you said in your opening remarks, diplomacy is not only at the government or the federal government level, but also at the local level and at the people level. And I think this event sends a very powerful message that Glendale is a city that embraces diversity, respect for human dignity, friendship, cooperation, and we certainly appreciate that from the city of Glendale. I want to also recognize that we have representatives from our community here that are representing both Tlaquepaque, Palmira Perez, and Rosarito, Guillermo Garcia. Thank you for being here representing our communities. And thank you again, everyone, for hosting us this evening. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Next is the Philippines. The Consul General, the Honorable Adelio Angelito Cruz, could not make it. We do have our new sister city of Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa, located in Laguna, is a light industrial and commercial hub known for its dynamic economy and growing community. In fact, the mayor of Santa Rosa visited us a year ago. Maybe time is flying, but a year ago, a wonderful young lady. We look forward with great excitement to all that lies ahead with this relationship, fostering cultural exchange, friendship, and cooperation between our communities. Now, I understand we have two vibrant members of the Filipino-American community here, whom I invite up to say a few words.
Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, good evening. I'm Edith Fuentes, President of the Filipino-American Business Association of Glendale, and with me is Lucille Floresta, President of the United Architects of the Philippines Southern California chapter. We are the two organizations that did the search and research for the sister city in the Philippines that we think will be very much compatible with the city of Glendale. Known as the happy, fun-loving, and party people, karaoke singing Filipinos, I just wanted to remind all of you, you have a standing invitation from the mayor of the city of Santa Rosa to come and visit the city of Santa Rosa. We are very much into history, heritage, arts, culture, and education, and we look forward to doing a lot of projects with the city of Glendale. You want to say something, Rosa? Okay, well, thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much, Edith. So, council members, now is the fun part. I'd like you all to join me and help passing out the commendations. And if the consuls general will please come forward, and we'll give you the commendations and take a photo and commemorate. No, let's just, it'll be a surprise to whoever gets. Dan, do you have one? Okay. Thank you very much. Why don't we stand here and face the audience, and we can get our pictures. We go over there? Yes. Come on. Come right in. We can balance this out. Are we good?
No, that's okay. Even though you're blocking, that's okay. No, not at all.
All right, ready? 1, 2. One more. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Neighbor. Neighbor, I know. Thank you. Yes, Consul Generals, I know you probably have some important business to take care of, so we won't be offended if you step out. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I believe you had a call on 4A.
We have a call?
On
A
4A,
speaker?
yeah.
We can still take it. Go ahead, let's have the card.
Mayor Najarian, we have a caller on item A. The caller is Fernando Roldan. You're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First of all, that was a beautiful presentation that you guys did for these council.
I'm sorry, but
journal.
it's hard to hear
Can you hear
you.
me?
Could you come closer to your mic?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
Okay. I was going to say that, first of all, that was a great presentation that you folks did, and I'm very happy for that. I'd like to ask that in the future, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if you could also invite another country. I would recommend Colombia. And the reason, there are two reasons why. One, because they do have a sister station, of course, station city, by the name of Armenia, Colombia, which is actually named after the 1915 Armenian genocide. And number two, the other reason is because we almost have the same flag as you, as the Armenian community and all. So I ask them that in the future, if you ever get the chance, please invite my country, Colombia, for the next proclamation. Thank you.
That is
Okay,
the only comment, yes.
very good. If you could read the next item into the record.
The next item is Mayor's Medal of Honors.
Thank you. So some of you might be thinking, what is this Medals Mayor of Honor thing all about? We have not done this before, but I'm hoping that this will become an ongoing tradition in the city of Glendale. And this is a very special occasion because in a city as vibrant and close-knit as ours, we are blessed with countless individuals who give selflessly of their time, talent, and energy to make Glendale a better place for everyone. They volunteer in our neighborhoods, support our local organizations, mentor our youth, protect our community, beautify our public places, and quietly step up whenever help is needed, often without seeking recognition or reward. Tonight, we pause to shine a well-deserved spotlight on 3 such extraordinary citizens. These are people whose dedication and generosity have left a lasting positive image on our city and on the lives of so many residents. In recognition of their outstanding contribution, I am proud to present the Mayor's Medal of Honor to these deserving individuals. Family, broadcast company. This award represents the highest civilian honor our city bestows, because we do have high honors we give to our law enforcement and fire and police partners. But this is the highest civilian honor, and it symbolizes our collective gratitude for their service above self. Before we proceed to the presentations, please join me in a moment of appreciation for all those who give so much to Glendale every day. So not just the award winners, but everyone else that does so much. And we can't give awards to everyone. Maybe as time goes on, there will be many more recognized. But there are so many that aren't recognized and we cannot recognize tonight. But we recognize you, and you inspire us all to be better neighbors and better citizens. So it's my honor to introduce the first recipient. And the first recipient is the Portos family. This is in the category of Outstanding Economic Advancement and Distinguished Humanitarian Service. There are very few stories in this city or in this country quite like the story of Porto's Bakery. It begins in Cuba, where Rosa Porto baked cakes for her family and neighbors in secret, risking everything, risking jail, because her community needed to eat, and she had a gift. When the Porto family finally came to Los Angeles in 1971, Rosa didn't stop baking. She set up her kitchen again, took orders from friends and family, and before long, she was making 3 wedding cakes every weekend, cooling them on her children's bed because there wasn't enough counter space. That's the foundation this company is built on: resilience, family, and an unshakable commitment to community. Today, everyone knows Portos. It's an LA institution. They employ more than 1,000 people. They have locations across Southern California with a new downtown Disney location on the way, and they have never once forgotten where they came from. Day after day, the Portos family donates unsold food to the Union Rescue Mission, to hospitals, to veterans, to first responders. During the pandemic, they showed up for healthcare workers. They support the Children's Hospital of LA and the Make-A-Wish Foundation. They have generously donated to countless city and community events. The Porto family has lived the values of this award every single day. Will the Porto family please come forward and receive the award? So we have one for Beatrice. We have one for Raul. Beatrice. Yeah, Beatrice. We're gonna get one. For everything you've done for us, a certificate is nothing. So congratulations. Thank you. We're so proud to have you in our community. Thank you. And wait, these are awards too. So I'll give you the award, and forget you, I'll give you the award.
That's what Miss Monfort.
You can get closer.
I want my medal though. I'm not an Olympian, but I deserve a medal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
real
please,
quickly.
please, my colleagues.
I actually think this is a great opportunity to share this story, but in 2018-19, I was working on AB 626, which was a state bill to legalize the sale of home-cooked meals. And the driving story behind pushing that law forward was actually the Portos story. And so the Portos story and Betty's story were part of all the fact sheets in how the need for legalizing home-cooked meals was also an opportunity not just for women, but for immigrant families, but also an opportunity for them to create something that can then be expanded to a restaurant and a storefront. So I just wanted you to know that your story also carried a lot of weight on the state level, and it's now legal, and the county has also opted into that. So thank you for your service.
Our next honoree embodies the spirit of quiet generosity and service that strengthens communities from the inside out. For many in our community, Ara Kalfayan is a familiar face and a welcoming presence. As the owner of the beloved Phoenicia restaurant, he has spent years creating not only a place for people to gather and enjoy authentic Lebanese cuisine, but a place that reflects warmth, hospitality, and community spirit. Ara's impact goes far beyond the walls of his restaurant. He's also served as a city commissioner for the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission, a board member of the Glendale YMCA, and more. Through his generosity, his willingness to support those in need, and his steady commitment to helping others without seeking recognition, Ara has demonstrated what distinguished humanitarian service truly means. It is service rooted in compassion, humility, and a genuine desire to uplift others. People like Ara remind us that community is built not only through grand gestures, but through consistent acts of kindness and care. For his sustained dedication to serving others and strengthening the fabric of our community, it is my privilege to recognize him tonight and I'm happy to present the Mayor's Medal of Honor for Distinguished Humanitarian Service to Ara Kalfayan.
Can the YMCA board come up and put your name? Robbie, you have to be in the picture. Robbie, you have to. Laura, let's go.
But the rest of the
Ready, you want to? One more? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Najarian, members of the City Council, and honored guests. Thank you to the City of Glendale and to Mayor Najarian for the great honor. I'm truly humbled to receive the Mayor's Medal of Honor. Glendale has always been a special community to me, and it's been a privilege to continue in any way I can. I would like to thank my family, the City of Glendale, all the departments, and the many community organizations, including the YMCA, that help make the city such a wonderful place. I am deeply grateful for this recognition, and thank you.
And if none of you have been to Phoenicia Restaurant, it's like, is it Rick's Cafe in Casablanca? Where everybody goes there. If you want to see someone you haven't seen for a while, they're at Phoenicia.
True.
Our final Medal of Honor for this evening is awarded in the category of Distinguished Community Enrichment. This category honors those who strengthen our city's civic identity, who amplify the stories of our residents, elevate the underrepresented voices, and bring people together in ways that create lasting bonds of community pride. ABC 7 has called Glendale home for many decades. Their studios sit right here in our city, and in that time, they've done far more than just cover the news. For over 20 years, ABC 7 has served as Master of Ceremonies for our annual Fire Department and Police Department Awards, honoring the men and women who protect our community, giving them the recognition they deserve, and putting their service before all of Southern California. Year after year, they've shown up for our annual toy drives, helping ensure that children in our community wake up on Christmas morning with something to open. They've championed our MDA Fill the Boot campaign, raising awareness and critical funds for families fighting muscular dystrophy. They've covered this city not from a distance, but with genuine investment in who we are and what we care about. ABC 7 reminds us that journalism, at its best, is an act of service, and their service to Glendale has been extraordinary. On behalf of the City of Glendale, thank you, ABC 7. And representing ABC 7 is President and General Manager Wendy Granado. Wendy, please come forward.
have to go after the food? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I really mean it. Why did I have to go after the food? This is such an honor for our station, not just for me. I'm fairly new. I'm a year and a half into this, and I have to tell you, we hope we are as good a neighbors to you all as you are to us. The media doesn't always get the best rap for going after positive stories, but we really do think it's just as important to share the positive stories in our community, the amazing people and places and things that especially this city does. So on behalf of ABC7, I want to say thank you to all of you, and if ever there is anything we can do more in service to this community, we certainly want to do so. Thank you. I will bring this back to the station to make sure everyone knows that this is an honor for the entire station. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in my excitement tonight, I neglected to invite the Porto family to come forward and say a few words. So please, Betty, Raul, please come forward.
I still want my medal, though. Never an athlete. I need some medal.
Margaret, yes, the whole, where is Margaret? Oh, yeah, Margaret.
Thank you so much for this great honor. Ara and council member, you know what this city means to us. This is the first city that really put us in the map, number one. Number two, it's the only city that we work together. After that, we all kind of went our separate ways. I have a funny story about the great police department in Glendale. Raul was 19 years old when he was opening the bakery, like around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And more than once he was detained because they thought he was breaking into the bakery. That happened. Many 19-year-old is opening a store at 2 o'clock in the morning. So thank you for you guys. It's a great service.
For not arresting.
For not arresting him. They let him go. So again, this is, and to correct you out, it's not 1,000. It's closer to 3,000 employees. So yeah, a lot more.
You're growing so fast.
Yes,
you can't keep up.
You know, a fun fact, if I can say something, when we started the bakery, Betty mentioned, I mean, and I think that's one of the reasons why Glendale is so special to us. It was the bakery where we started. Well, we started in LA, but we were there only for a year and then moved over. And basically the whole family, and when I say the whole family, it was my grandmother, my aunts, my parents, all three of us were teenagers. And it was 1978 when we came here, and we lived here forever. And to this day, our family lives, maybe not all of them in Glendale, but the whole community. We're still here, so this is really special for us.
We appreciate it, and I just wanted to say that I might want to become a sister city to the Philippines because our cheese rolls are so famous in the Philippines that there's bakers that are making cheese rolls and they have a sign inspired by Porto's Bakery.
Oh, wow.
This is the truth.
That's awesome.
Fantastic.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you so much for this great honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mayor, as they're taking photos, I have to also share my Porto story. So when my wife and I got married, we got our cake from Porto's. It was a dulce de leche cake, and yeah, I know, right? But I will say that when you're getting married and you're deciding on a cake, you go in for what's called cake testings. And I kept being very indecisive because you get to go in and taste more and more of these delicious cakes. But we finally settled on the right one, and it was a great opportunity to also work with you all for all these years. We're very grateful for having you in our city. Thank you very much.
Right?
Yes, and we're still married, right? So there you go. Absolutely. It's the cake.
Let's scoot over a little bit more towards the middle. In 2 weeks, we will have another ceremony honoring 3 individuals who could not be here today. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is a proclamation for National Kidney Month.
Thank you. Yes, you can also, we'll excuse you as well. We won't feel, you've got businesses to run and cakes to bake. Okay. Just a minute. Okay, thank you. The city of Glendale is proud to proclaim March 2026 as National Kidney Month and Kidney Disease Awareness Month, recognizing that kidney disease affects more than 35 million people in the United States and often goes undetected in its early stages. This month highlights the importance of knowing the risk factors, seeking early screening, and supporting the education and care efforts that help improve outcomes for those affected. And we do have someone from the Kidney Foundation. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Najarian and the Glendale City Council for having us today. My name is Evan Schneider. I'm a member of the Bruin Beans Health Club, which is a pre-health organization under the made up of UCLA undergraduate students. We work under the Core Kidney Program at UCLA Health under Dr. Anjay Rastogi, who's the clinical chief of nephrology at the David Geffen School of Medicine. Today, we're here to spread awareness about kidney disease, help emphasize the exploration of new disease treatment approaches, and expand healthcare literacy to citizens of the city of Glendale. I personally am also a lifelong Glendale resident, so this proclamation means a lot to me. Kidney disease is often known as a silent disease because many people don't experience symptoms until later in life. In fact, only 1 in 3 adults are at risk for kidney disease, yet most don't know it. Thankfully, kidney disease can easily be detected with an easy blood and urine sample test, which can be requested by one's personal care physician. By recognizing the importance of early detection here in Glendale, we can encourage more residents to get treated and take steps to understand kidney disease. Thank you again for recognizing the importance of kidney health and supporting our efforts to keep the Glendale community healthy.
Well, coming from UCLA, you're at the right council meeting. We've got some very proud alumni here, Mr. Kasakian, Ms. Asaturian. I sent my son to UCLA Law School, but I paid for it, so I'm probably... Anyway, thank you for coming forward. Thank you for asking us for this proclamation. And here we go.
Well, for the record, my wife went to UCLA as well. So
there you go.
We have members of our...
Oh, okay. Oh, you got a banner.
We have a
How are you?
banner. Nice to meet you.
How are you? How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Let's...
Oh, also my daughter went to UCLA. I'd just like to mention that. Yeah, both graduated.
Madam Clerk, what is next?
Next are consent items. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
Mayor, I'll move the consent calendar, and I don't think, unless there's any
There are no public comments. on this item.
Second, roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. What is the next item?
Next are city council and staff comments, including reports from conferences and regional meetings.
Very good. May I start with Mr. Brotman?
I have nothing to report on this week, thank you.
Ms. Asaturian?
Just two small items. Want to wish everybody a happy International Women's Day. Also want to note a very special thank you to our Sister Cities Committee, who in partnership with the Dominican Republic also helped organize a gathering for women. I know that, yes, I think it deserves a, I know that in past years, we used to collaborate with the Downtown Glendale Association for us to make sure that there was an event happening in the city on that day. Just want to make sure that if we haven't planned anything for next year, for us to start coordinating now to make sure that we have something going. But just wanted to say thank you to all who were involved in Sunday's event. Also want to note that we joined by the Korean Youth Federation, CARE, and some other Korean organizations by the Korean Comfort Women's Monument over the weekend to commemorate. I had sent an email to staff asking about the status of the QR code, and I haven't gotten any updates, Mr. Glanian, but I would love for us to see if we can work through the content and digitize any information that we can have for that. Mr. Glanian?
Yes, Councilmember Satrian, we will provide a status.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Kasakian?
Nothing for today.
Councilmember Garpetian?
I have nothing for this week.
Well, I will pass also then. Unless there's an objection, no. Mr. Galanian, anything from staff?
No, sir, thank you.
Very good.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry, Mayor. Just remember that there's a heat advisory in effect for the next, at least Thursday, Friday. Just want to let folks know that we will have cooling stations open through our parks system.
Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is the first period of oral communications, maximum 3 minutes per speaker, 30-minute aggregate speaking time limit. Oh, my apologies. It's the community event announcements. Next is 3 minutes per speaker. Members of the public will be permitted to announce upcoming events taking place in the community. Mayor Najarian, we have 5 speakers on this item.
Thank you. We'll go 3 minutes each.
Our first speaker is Delilah Shahbazian.
Good evening, council members, Honorable Mayor Najarian. I find it quite fascinating that I'm here talking about our upcoming event. I'm from the Armenian American Museum. This is a cultural event, and I wish the rest of them they were here, but I'm going to go ahead time-wise. We have a concert coming up on Wednesday, March 25th at the Glendale Presbyterian Church. We have an individual who is a musician and she is a mathematician, Dr. Laura Faze Rosado, and she has an album dedicated to Armenian composers. She is from Spain. She is a non-Armenian, which we're very proud to welcome her to the museum, especially to have this concert at the Glendale Presbyterian Church. It's free of entrance. All we ask is individuals from Glendale or any cities we'd love to welcome. They would have to reserve on our website and social media platforms. It's from 6 to 8. So we encourage everyone to please join us and to welcome this non-Armenian who's a mathematician and has an album dedicated to Armenian composers to this concert. It's the first event, cultural event that the museum's going to start having within the next couple months. So that'll be it. And I do have flyers, which I will leave in the front. Would love to see you all there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Belzer. Following Mike is Mike Mohill and Beth Brooks.
Good evening, Mayor Nazarian and members of the City Council. My name is Mike Belzer. I'm the president of the Friends of Choseon. We're a small, nonprofit, all-volunteer group that provides the monthly cultural activities at the Choseon Tea House. And Consul General Morota mentioned the Choseon earlier when he was here this evening. Our biggest event of the year is April 19th. It's our Cherry Blossom Festival. We're doing it a little bit later this year because of the major renovation that took place on the exterior of the tea house, thanks to the City Council of Glendale. It was, as I understand it, a $240,000 investment into the exterior renovation. The tea house was originally built in 1974. And, you know, the exterior started to show some signs. But now, not only has as I understand it, the construction and renovation been completed, it was completed before the deadline. So yay for the City of Glendale and their construction team. The event itself, the Cherry Blossom Festival, is free. Anybody can come in. There's no entrance fee. It goes from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. We have martial arts, music, dancing. We'll have sumo wrestlers there. They challenge all the kids. That's a highlight. Kimono fashion show. People can get in kimonos and take pictures. There'll be 3 different tea ceremonies. A Japanese food truck will be there. So it's a great event, and we're looking forward to having everybody at Glendale visit us. Thank you very much.
It is a cool event.
Thank you, Michael.
Our next speaker is Mike Mohill. Following Mike Mohill is Beth Brooks and Ellen Durham.
Evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. I'd like to make a wonderful community announcement that your Glendale Community newsletter entitled, "Why Do Government Unions Have So Much Influence in Elections?" will be appearing in my website called MikeMohill.com.
Mr. Mohill.
That's a community announcement. Second community announcement, I'd like to say
It's not necessarily an
that-
event, so.
Well, it is an event.
I'm going to encourage you to bring it to a community event. Otherwise, your comments are better made at another part of communications.
Okay. Second point is, our newsletter goes out to approximately 25,000 people. And as a community event,
that's
I'm
not an
offering
event.
our newsletter free for making announcements for the city, for the people. It's free to make an announcement.
It's a good try.
So-
You'd be a good lawyer.
And that's
but
a community
You
announcement.
can't say that, Mr.
Free.
Mohill.
Free.
Thank you.
Okay?
Please.
And that
There's
way,
other
people will
times
know
for
about
that.
people's events.
If you were having a art show or a picnic, yes, but no.
I'm
Thank
always having a picnic.
Thank you, Mr. Mohill.
Our next speaker is Beth Brooks.
Thank you. Through the month of March, the Acapulco restaurant on Pacific, just below the 134, that is likely going out of business to put in a car wash, is offering 20% off the bill. That's through March. I just went there yesterday. The food is great. I don't know if a decision was made yesterday at the community development hearing. I'm assuming they might have lost their lease, but at least to help support a local business, also a food establishment that's been here so many decades, to help support the employees who will lose their jobs, you know, so just to show our support to them, I think that would be great. So that's through March. They're really offering a very generous discount. As I said, you know, I don't usually go out to dinner by myself, but I did, and had 2 strawberry margaritas, which I never drink. But it was fantastic. I had a great time, and you'll have a great time there. So please frequent this establishment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ellen Durham.
I think there's a slide. Perhaps. Thank you. Mayor Najarian, members of the council, thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to proudly represent the Northwest Glendale Homeowners Association. Every election, as probably all of you know, our next municipal election is on June 2nd. And we now have 12 qualified candidates to date who are running for city council. I don't remember having that many candidates running before. But we're proud as a neighborhood association to be hosting what I think is the first candidate forum. It will be on Thursday, March 26th, 7 p.m. It will be at the Brand Library Auditorium in Brand Park, and everyone's invited to come. You don't need to be a member of the association. With so many candidates running this year, it will be a great opportunity to get to see them, hear them speak, and get to meet them afterwards. So I encourage everybody to attend. Again, Thursday, March 26th, 7 p.m. at the Brand Library. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude?
That concludes our community event announcements. Our next item is the first period of oral communications, maximum 3 minutes per speaker, 30-minute aggregate speaking time limit. Members of the public may address the council on agenda items or non-agenda items within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker addresses the council on an agenda item during the first period of oral communications, they may not speak again when the agenda item is called. A speaker who addresses the council on non-agenda items during the first period of oral communications may not speak during the second period of oral communications. Mayor Najarian, we have 12 speaker cards and 1 caller.
12 and 1. Well, let's do 3 because it's my fault we got this late in the game with all the awards.
All right. Our first speaker is Tony Passarella. Following Tony is Mohammed Yamin and Les Hammer. Tony Passarella. Okay. We'll go to Mohammed Yamin.
Greetings. So I ran out to get my coat and I wasn't able to hear. So you said don't speak about anything that's not on the agenda.
So we had an earlier, on the agenda, Madam Clerk, why don't you remind what the rules are on that?
Yeah, because
You
I was
may
just told
speak.
about town meeting today.
You may speak on items, on agenda items or non-agenda items within the city, any item that's within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction.
Okay, cool. So I'm here to read a cease and desist letter and a notice of federal litigation pertaining to a federal suit with the city of Glendale, case number 2:26-CV-02011-SB-AYP. You are hereby notified that the undersigned, Mohammed Salahuddin Yamin, has filed a civil rights action against the city of Glendale and officers of the Glendale Police Department and the United States District Court of the Central District of California, Western Division. The action is captioned, Yamin versus City of Glendale, ET, space AL dot. Honorable Stanley Bloomfield, Jr. The complaint alleges violations of the First and Fourth Amendments to the United States Constitution under 42 U.S.C. 1983, arising from a documented pattern of 5 enforcement contacts between December 5th, 2025 and March 6, 2026, during which Glendale Police Department officers repeatedly sought to suppress plaintiffs' protected musical performance on a public sidewalk, culminating in 2 arrests, neither of which resulted in the filing of criminal charges by the district attorney. A preliminary injunction motion is pending before the court. Each of you in your official capacity is on notice that this litigation is active and that the conduct described herein is the subject of federal judicial scrutiny. Summary of unconstitutional conduct. The following facts are drawn from video recordings and the filed complaint. They are not in dispute. 1. On December 5th, 2025, officers, including Officer Molina, approached plaintiff while he was performing music on a public sidewalk and threatened a citation for amplified sound. No citation was issued. 2. On December 21st, 2025, Sergeant Derby approached plaintiff while performing and stated on camera, Bismillah, I promise you I will never take enforcement issue that will violate the Constitution. No enforcement action was taken. On February 15, 2026, responding officers acknowledged the plaintiff that they could not enforce the amplified sound permit required against his expressive activity on the public sidewalk. On February 18, 2026, 3 days after that acknowledgement, Officers Flores and Burrow, acting under supervision of Sergeant Derby, arrested plaintiff on cannabis sale charge based solely on unverified report from private agents of the Americana Air brand without independent investigation. $2 of U.S. fiat currency was confiscated and 5 grams of premium cannabis. On March 6, 2026, plaintiff was arrested and booked solely for amplified music performance under the city's amplified sound ordinance. At the time of the arrest, another musician was performing with amplified equipment in the immediate vicinity. That performer was not approached, warrant cited, or arrested. To arrest, exclusive enforcement against one performer among multiple at the same location, 0 prosecutions. This is not neutral law enforcement. This is targeted use of arrest power to suppress constitutionally protected expression in a traditional public forum.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Les Hammer. Following Les is Carmen Clo and Luisa Sharamatian.
Les Hammer, Pasadena. I asked the City Council to demand that the Southern California Railroad Authority, which owns the railroad tracks leased by Amtrak, Metrolink, and Union Pacific, removes the homeless encampment underneath the freeway bridge between Glendale Station and Union Station. This homeless encampment is on the railroad right-of-way and spills over onto a spur track owned by, or used rather, by Union Pacific. Now, whether this homeless encampment is just inside or outside Glendale city limits is irrelevant. 50% of all fires in Los Angeles County are caused by homeless encampments. And more importantly, hundreds of passengers board trains every day at the Glendale station bound for Union Station and Point South. I'm sure you remember a fire several years ago under a bridge along the 10 freeway. The bridge burned, it literally melted, and had to be rebuilt at a cost of $10 million, and all because of a homeless encampment. And please remember that it didn't take much to cause the Metrolink disaster on December 26, 2005, that killed 11 people and injured 200 others, and all because some clown left his car on the railroad tracks at the Chevy Chase crossing. So again, please demand that the Southern California Railroad Authority remove this dangerous and illegal homeless encampment within 30 days. Otherwise, I may report this problem to KABC and KFI Radio, 2 of the conservative media outlets in a one-party state that has spent $24 billion on the homeless crisis, only to have the money go into the pockets of politically connected nonprofit organizations whose CEOs make 6-figure salaries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carmen Clo, I think. I'm unable to read this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to come to say thank you so all. I appreciate you guys extending the emergency vouchers. I really appreciate that. It gives us hope for the future. Hopefully get extended permanent. I just want to let you know who I am. I work for the government almost 30 years. I'm also a deacon from Glendale Presbyterian. My son and my daughter born in this city. I grew up in Glendale. I'm very, very, very grateful from Glendale. I grew up in the city. And I'm very happy to see that you guys are working so hard for the community. I want to say also thank you to Mrs. Adriana Ayala, who is my housing advisor. And I'm very happy that you guys also had bilingual people as Armenian, Spanish, I'm very happy and the fact that Glendale City is looking forward to help not just the housing situation. You guys are working in the streets. You guys are working also having less homeless in the streets, where we really appreciate that. I know the Porto family. I know all of them, and they know me as well. And we grow up in the community. So my intention tonight is just to come to say thank you, because you guys are doing a wonderful job. I know not many people come and say thank you to you guys. You come here and you hear us complaining about a lot of stuff. But as I told you before, I'm going through to my other surgery, and this month and the 30, I will just come to sit down and support you guys as well, because I know the hard job, and always praying for you as a deacon. I'm praying also for the police department, the fire department, and so many people up there in the hospitals right now that are suffering. Well, thank you so very much, and God bless you all.
Our next speaker is Mike Mohill.
Could you put up my photo, please? Thank you. Councilwoman Ellen Satrian, last week I came before this council and discussed why did the police and fire unions both gave you an early endorsement for re-election to the city council. I stated that your high school friend, Ara Zakarian, was Glendale Fire Department Union president and was your longtime high school friend. You came back and stated he was not your high school friend. I have since inquired, and a second source has informed me that he is a very long-time friend of yours. I was disappointed that you never answered the question why on February 2, 2020, you were at a Black Lives Matter march and vigil, right there on the picture on the wall. You carried a banner that stated Armenian for Black Lives Matter. That means that you support this radical organization. 99% of Armenian Americans do not support the radical terrorist organization Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter calls for the defunding of police departments. That would also include the Glendale Police Department. You know that BLM caused over $1.8 billion in property damages nationwide. How is it today that the Glendale Police Union supports you for re-election? What promises did you make to the Glendale Police Union? Ellen, you are in the pockets of our police and fire union, rather than a true public servant. Again, why did you only a few years ago call for defunding of police departments, and today you are a good friend of the police department? You are lovey-dovey. Also, on another note, you've also spoken for and against SB 79. What is it tonight? Are you for or against SB 79? I think the public would like to know for the record. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Antranik Tsadourian.
Good evening.
Andranik Tsadourian.
My name is Antranik Tsadourian.
Ես երկու անգամ ձեզ մոտեցել եմ
I have been here in front of you, before you, for 2 times.
Section 8-ի եւ low income-ի համար։
Regarding Section 8 and low income issues.
Առաջի անգամը հեռախոսի համար տվին
The first time I was provided with a phone number
որ կպատասխանեք ձեզ։ Չպատասխանեց։
promising that I would get a response. However, I didn't get a response.
Երկրորդ անգամը
The second time
ասիկ ժողով կանենք, ձեզ կպատասխանենք։
You said you would have a meeting and get back to me.
Ոչ մի պատասխան չեմ ստացել։
I haven't received any response.
Խնդրում եմ պատասխանեք։
Please give me an answer.
Շնորհակալ։
Thank you.
The only comment I have is I've asked staff, and staff has indicated to me that they've been in touch with Mr. Antronik. And his situation is somewhat unique because he is a recipient of a program for affordable housing, but it's not as affordable as other programs.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Herbert Milano.
Mayor Najarian, members of the City Council, my name is Herbert Milano. During several private conversations that I've had with some of the council members, including Councilmember Broadman back in the year 2000, I mentioned a deficiency that needs to be corrected. And that deficiency is that labor negotiations are done behind closed doors and there is no public participation. And the reason why I had this discussion, and I've had it with other council members, is that in the memorandum of understanding, there is never any type of consideration for economic downturns. We had a recession in 2007, 2008. It didn't impact at all the actual pay and pensions and other benefits of the city employees. We've had the pandemic, no change whatsoever. And today we are facing a fairly significant stock market crash, which is going to impact the pension system, which is going to increase our taxes in order to be able to fulfill that. It's going to hit the general fund. And yet, somehow, I find this very distracting, Mr. Broadman.
Please go ahead, Mr. Milano.
You see, the mechanism of this disparity, while the public is losing their retirement funds, the valuation of their retirement funds, none of you in the city, none of you that are working for the city, nor the police department, nor the fire department, gets impacted by it. We don't. Because
Mr. Milano,
it is being protected.
please.
It is being protected, right, by the additional funds that the CalPERS pays. And when we used to pay $8 million a year, now we pay $100 million a year in excess of that in order to be able to compensate for the shortfall of the pension system. I am asking for this city council to pass a process or an ordinance to make sure that the public gets an opportunity to speak either right before or somewhere in the middle of those negotiations. I know that part of the negotiations need to be done in private for you to determine how to present your position. But the public needs to come up and speak about this, speak about this significant disparity. 26 years ago, or 25 years ago, in less than 60 seconds, the city council approved a pension enhancement that cost the city hundreds of millions of dollars, and the benefit for each police officer and each firefighter was close to $1 million in extra benefits upon retirement. And if you want to contest me, we can do it in public, we can do it on my TV show. This is what the data shows. And I'm appealing for the city council to move these MOUs, these negotiations with the city employee associations and have public participation. Thank you very much.
Next is Tony Passarella. Tony Passarella is not in the council chambers. We will move to the callers. We have one caller. Jay, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to say real quick that I really enjoyed seeing all the camaraderie and the goodwill with the awards that were given, the recognition earlier. That's really great to see. And also, my heart goes out to the gentleman that was talking about his Section 8 I've seen him talk before. I'm just asking you guys, please help him. Don't ignore him. One of the reasons why I'm calling in today, some of you are familiar. I've emailed each and every one of you, and I have a similar scenario where no one's getting back with me in regards to making some sort of decision. I've had one person, Dan Brotman, that has contacted me, but nothing's been done. My situation and many situations that Glendale tenants are facing is the rent eviction issues. Now, with these rent evictions, we're seeing a lot of bad faith evictions, and we need to do something about this to stop so that tenants and families can remain housed. What's going on and what I'm seeing is that we have the permit, the notice, first of all, that is flawed because, for one, oftentimes it does not have the state protections that are on there. And most properties in the state of California are covered under AB 1482, which is the Tenants' Rights to Protection Act. And we need to have certain language like with SB 567, which was the extended version of that when they did the amendment that basically says that there's a notice to return that should be given. But we're not seeing this. I'm looking at notices. People are coming to me. These notices are incorrect. And something needs to be done about it. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I do care about people. I care about myself. I care about my family. And when I saw everything earlier, everybody's happy and joyful. We all want to be happy and joyful, but it's sort of hard to be happy and joyful when we do not know where we're going to lay our heads, guys. And this is nothing that we've done. Like many of these people that I see, they're just innocent, hardworking people. But at the same time, let me say this also. Glendale is not enforcing their own local laws. You're saying that a work schedule must be included with these substantial renovation cases, and it's not being included. And I've seen various different notices that it's not included on there. So what I'm suggesting, these are some of the key issues. So there's a gap, that we're having with substantial renovation. What I'm suggesting is that we make sure that these permits are correct. The right to return, SB 567 language is on there, and that with the emergency housing, all the time people don't get the emergency housing, or when they do get a voucher, if they're lucky to get one, which was, I understand it just ended, but they may have to do some of that on their own. So we need to make sure that the substantial renovation, when they apply for this, we need to make sure that these are actual true cases. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is all for
Okay, thank you.
Oral
That will
communication.
close this period of oral communications. Let's move to the next item.
Next are action items. Action item A is management services regarding Sister Cities Program Annual Report. 1, motion to note and file the annual report. 2, motion directing staff on hosting a cultural event.
Mr. Galanian.
Yes, Mayor Najarian, members of City Council, if you recall, it was just over a year ago since this council directed staff to revitalize Glendale Sister Cities program. And since then, we have made good progress in rebuilding governance, enhancing international relationships, engaging the community, and creating a Sister City committee with representatives from all our sister and friendship cities. All of this were possible through the support by hiring of a dedicated program coordinator, Anya Vanessian, who has done an outstanding job in a very short period of time. And she has brought her fan club with her. And I'll just turn it over to Ms. Avanesian, who has brief comments to make and a video presentation as well.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Najarian, members of the City Council, and city staff. It is my privilege to present the first annual update on Glendale Sister Cities program, a program that continues to expand, strengthen, and reflect our community's commitment to cultural exchange and global engagement. I would like to begin by expressing appreciation to City Council for investing in this program into a strong, coordinated, and community-focused initiative it is today. I also want to recognize the committee members who volunteered their time and drive this program forward. I would Instead of proceeding with the traditional PowerPoint presentation, I'm pleased to share a short video prepared by GTV that highlights the history of Glendale Sister Cities program, its goals, and the achievements we have made together over the past year. Thank you.
In a world that feels more connected than ever, the City of Glendale continues to build bridges across cultures, communities, and continents. The Sister Cities program was founded in 1956 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower to foster friendship and understanding between nations. Glendale joined this global initiative in 1960 and today celebrates partnerships with 11 sister cities across 6 countries.
I'm very honored to be the representative for Yerevan's Gantron district.
Representing Rosarito.
In the Dominican Republic.
Higashi Osaka, Japan.
And it's my honor to be here tonight on behalf of Sister Cities International.
From Armenia and Japan to Mexico, the Philippines, the Dominican Republic, and South Korea. These partnerships open doors for cultural exchange, educational collaboration, and global economic opportunity. In 2024, with unanimous support from the Glendale City Council, the Sister Cities program entered a new era of revitalization.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Karapetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes.
In March of 2025, the Under One Sky inaugural event illuminated the Alex Theater, uniting more than 100 residents, civic leaders, and international guests. The celebration introduced the revitalized Sister City program and inspired local participation that helped shape the new committee and volunteers. The city established a new governance structure, appointed a part-time Sister Cities coordinator, re-engaged international partners, and formed the Glendale Sister Cities Committee, bringing together educators, civic leaders, and community representatives. By August, the newly formed Glendale Sister Cities Committee held its first meeting, welcoming representatives from all 11 sister cities and 4 friendship cities. Together, they began developing projects in cultural exchange, education, and international cooperation, including plans for Glendale's future Unity Fest.
It's important to learn and celebrate other cultures, especially in the city of Glendale.
It is a big opportunity that the city of Glendale has given us.
When communities get to know each other, now they understand each other, they become friends. At this point, you trust.
It helps us have cultural understanding, whether it's through youth programs, initiatives.
These relationships encourage innovation, deepen understanding, and build a more compassionate and forward-thinking community for future generations.
We are all part of a global community. How grateful could that be?
Throughout 2025, the Sister Cities program hosted and participated in numerous exchanges and cultural visits. Delegations from South Korea and Armenia visited Glendale to explore innovation, education, and civic engagement.
I'd like to recognize guests that we have from our sister city of Gapan.
Students from Poon-kun and Gapan experienced local government firsthand, meeting with council members and learning how communities work together.
This visit motivated me to be more active in my own city. Seeing how people in Glendale care about their community make me to want to take responsibility for making Gapan a better place too. I plan to share my experience by giving a short presentation at school and talking about what I saw in Glendale, how teamwork and communication can also make a big difference.
Glendale also reconnected with Playas de Rosarito, Mexico, hosting delegations and exploring new collaborations in art, business, and education. These visits strengthened international bonds, reminding us that friendship across borders begins with shared experiences. City leaders also represented Glendale abroad, from Japan to Armenia to South Korea, strengthening relationships, exploring innovation, and honoring the cultural ties that unite our sister cities. From the Japan-U.S. Leadership Summit to tributes at the gravesite of Diana Apgar, Glendale's presence abroad reflects a deep respect for history and a commitment to a shared future. At home, The program's presence grew stronger through participation in community events, from the Cherry Blossom Festival and Vartavar Water Festival to the Dominican Business Expo, celebrating diversity and global friendship right here in Glendale. Glendale's Sisters City program stands renewed with a structured committee, revitalized partnerships, and an engaged community. The vision ahead is clear: a Glendale Sister Cities Unity Fest, celebrating global friendship and collaboration, a network of exchanges, innovation, and shared learning that connects Glendale to the world. Together, we honor our heritage, embrace our diversity, and look forward to a more connected future.
I hope this video has provided a snapshot of the Sister Cities program and the progress made over the past year. Looking ahead, the committee is working on the annual goals of the program in line with our Sister Cities needs and requests, as well as with the mission of our program. At this stage, we have several requests from our sister cities, including student exchange opportunities, study visits, and cultural events. Additionally, the Sister Cities Committee has expressed interest in reviving the Cities Unity Fest event, the idea that has also been brought up by Council. Tonight, Council has several options regarding next steps. The first motion is to note and file the Sister Cities Program annual report, and the second one is for the Council to consider hosting a multicultural event. With that, this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions, direction the Council have. Thank you.
Thank you. Great video, great work over the past year in making this really a truly impactful program. Do we have any requests to speak before Council gets? I was asking the clerk, but that's okay. I like the enthusiasm. I like the enthusiasm. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have 5 speaker cards on this
Please
item.
call them.
Our first speaker is Palmira Najarian.
Okay, well, thank you. I didn't prepare nothing by right, but thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City of Glendale, for inviting me to join the Sister City Committee. And at the same time, I want to invite everyone who's watching through YouTube, then I watch the meeting sometimes through YouTube. If they want to join us, if they're Mexicans and they want to join my committee, like Mexicans, like Tlaquepaque, Rosarito, you're more than welcome. And like many of you guys know, I'm part of the board of the University of Guadalajara Foundation here in the United States. And we have a big campus in Tlaquepaque. The relationship between Tlaquepaque and Glendale, it's back 50 years almost. And not many people know, in Tlaquepaque we have a street, the name of Glendale. In Tlaquepaque, they really respect Glendale a lot. And we have a lot of culture, a lot of education, and we want to do exchange of that. And part of that, I want to invite my friend Juan. Please, Juan, come here and join me, and my other friend, part of the committee too. Thank you. So we can talk about our next projects and we want to present them. Juan?
Yes, well, Juan Guillermo Garcia, Mayor Najarian, council members, city staff, thank you for the opportunity. When I joined the program, this is my first year, and it's been amazing result, great energy, great commitment from the community and from the team. When I attended Under One Sky, I saw an interest from the community to join this effort, this diversity, to celebrate diversity in the city. So the opportunity for Unity Fest is gonna make this 10 or 20 times bigger, and that's gonna be a great opportunity. But also as Mexicans, we also want to have an event to celebrate our culture. And it may involve some drinks, right? You know, from Tlaquepaque, Rosarito, right? To come and do some tasting, Jalisco, some tasting maybe, and invite the community to learn more about our culture. She said she's representing the University of Guadalajara. I'm here also on behalf of the Glendale Latino Association, all the Latinos in Glendale. We support the community, and then we would like to see you at the next event. You want to say something?
It's her first day.
Yeah, welcome. Good evening. My name is Irma Villegas, and I'll tell you a little bit about Tlaquepaque. I was just there in November, and in Spanish, they say it's Pueblo Mágico, which is a magical city. And it is. The culture, the people, the feel, and when I walk through the Pebble Stones, it's just peace. So I invite you to get to know the city, and hopefully we can do it here in Mexico and probably a trip to Tlaquepaque. So I'm really excited to be part of the committee.
It's in our plans. Thank you so much for all your support in advance, Helen. I know you've been supporting us a lot in this. And yes, we want to do an event. It's not only for Mexicans, it's for all the Latinos and non-Latinos in Glendale. Between Armenians and Latinos, we are very look-alike, the culture. Very family, education, music, dancing, parties, all of that. And fashion, jewelry, and all that stuff too. So we want to show up something about our culture to the Glendarians too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Clara Tavares.
Good evening again, Mayor Aaron Najarian and distinguished council members. Well, my name is Clara Tavares, founder and president of the Dominicans Abroad Chamber of Commerce, and I am the chairperson representing Sister City of Santiago de los Caballeros in the Dominican Republic. I just wanted to say thank you again. Thank you for your continued support of Glendale's Sister City. We do believe that the city should continue investing in sister cities because it delivers real returns. It builds civic trust, strengthens cross-cultural relationships, creates a welcoming front door to community engagement, powered by volunteers and partnerships, and often without significant city resources. It is local impact with global connection. And as Council Member Ellen Asatrian, I wanted to thank you again for being part of MA, which was last Sunday, in celebration of International Women's Day. The Dominican Chamber of Commerce hosted MA, a women leaders gathering supported through the Sister City and the CSW. And it was a powerful reminder that these programs are not symbolic. They do create real relationships and real civic connection. Sister City brings people together across cultures and backgrounds, and that is what unity looks like. That's why we support an annual Unity Fest style event, a consistent family-friendly tradition that celebrates Glendale's diversity while connecting residents through culture, education, service, and a small business community partnership. I truly appreciate the proclamation honoring my Dominican General Consul, Alfonso Rodriguez. His leadership is a strong example of how this bridges strength, community, pride, and collaboration. We respectfully ask the Consul to continue supporting Sister City and the development of annual Unity Fest model for our community. And I look forward to have you and welcome you in my country, the Dominican Republic, in a very near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Luisa Sharamatian.
I love the video and I can't wait to post it. Good evening, Mayor, council members, executive staff. My name is Luisa Sharamatian, chair of the Glendale Sisters Committee and rep of Yerevan Kentron District. It's an honor to be here tonight. I'm incredibly proud of this new program and the potential it has for the future of our city. Sister Cities is more than a cultural initiative. It's an investment in connection, collaboration, and global engagement for Glendale. When we invest in cross-cultural programs, we create opportunities for education, business partnerships, and stronger community relationships. Just this past weekend, several members of our committee attended the M8 Women Leaders Gathering. It was amazing, and that event was made possible through the Sister Cities program in partnership with the Commission on the Status of Women. This is exactly why initiatives like an annual Unity Fest are so important. Unity Fest would give our residents the opportunity to celebrate the many cultures that make up Glendale while building pride, understanding, and connection within our community. This program is still new, but its potential is tremendous, and with your continued support, we can grow it into something truly impactful for our city. And lastly, I want to thank each and every one of you for supporting this initiative and believing in the power of our community together. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Nora Yakubian.
My little Artsakh flag. Honorable Mayor, members of the Glendale City Council, distinguished fellow city representatives, and distinguished guests. I stand here before you today not as just a representative of Martuni, but as a custodian of its legacy. I wear the map of Martuni on my heart today, made by Garine. When the city of Glendale and the city of Martuni first joined hands as sister cities, we celebrated a bridge built on shared cultural, mutual respect, and friendship because of all of you. Today, the nature of that relationship has profoundly changed, but its importance has never been greater. As many of you are aware, the physical city of Martuni in our beloved Artsakh is currently under occupation. Its entire population has forcibly displaced, leaving behind the homes, the schools, the churches, and the families that inhabited it for generations. The streets of Martuni may be emptied by their rightful residents, but I am here today to tell you that the spirit of Martuni is very much alive. Again, thanks to you and everyone that believes. It's woven from the resilient souls of its people. Today, the displaced people of Martuni are scattered, but they are actively seeking ways to heal, to survive, and to ensure that their identity is never erased. Today, we look to our sister city of Glendale not to rebuild physical infrastructure in a place where we cannot currently reach, but to help us build a fortress of memory, culture, and hope. Through Glendale, the heart of Martuni continues to beat fiercely. We are profoundly grateful for your unwavering solidarity, your compassion, and your willingness to help us carry our history forward until the day justice and peace are restored. Amongst us, we also have Arevik from Artsakh. We are grateful, and the story and the heritage will remain alive, and bless all of you for believing in our legacy of Martuni. Thank you.
Mr. Gulanyan, just a few questions. There's a two-part issue before us. One is receiving and filing the report. The other is to discuss a festival, a Unity Festival. Can you give us the parameters as I'm sure we're all saying it's a great idea, but can you tell us what sort of things we should be focusing on? Are we overly concerned with cost, budget structure, fundraising, sponsors? What should we be thinking of as we express support? Or I don't think anyone would oppose the festival, but what do we need to think about other than just saying, yeah, we're all for it, and you're going to say, well, you didn't think about this, you didn't think about that. So tell us what we need to keep in mind as we discuss how much we would like this and what the details might be.
Thank you, Mayor Najarian. Couple of things primarily.
Cost is always, especially in the budgetary situation we are in, that you shortly will hear the presentation on our second quarter Q2 budget forecast. We currently don't have a cost estimate of how much this will cost. I don't recall the last time we had a Unity Fest, so even those costs are not up to date. So if we get direction from council, then we have to go and do some estimation of how much these are going to cost. And again, as you know, there's a similar event called Uniqueness Festival.
Yes, Uniqueness.
Right, it's coming up soon. So I would encourage you to take that into consideration. We can either as a city, a sister city program, contribute, partner with YMCA and that group to enhance that event, since already is in place and it has been planned and organized. I do believe it has similar concept as what we have been asked to look into. If not, you want to bring back the Unity Fest and you want to add a different flavor to it, then we'll have to come back to council and request appropriation.
And just briefly, and we've had them in Verdugo Park, we've had a large Unity Fest in Verdugo Park, we've had it on Brand Boulevard. What are the cost drivers? Police enforcement, restrooms, generators.
Right.
I mean, what are the things that make this a costly event or a event where funding would be required?
Yeah, Mayor, the biggest cost driver is traffic control by our police officers, obviously depending on the size of the crowd and attendees at the event. All the power that we need to provide, the trash collection afterward, the rental of various equipment. So there are a number of things that come into play when we estimate the cost.
Okay, I don't want to be a downer. That's the tough
the
part
reality.
of it. But let me turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Asaturian. Let's kick off a discussion.
Sure. Just want to say thank you to staff for really seeing this through and to all the committee members. By the way, I love your spirit. You remind all of us that fun is good and it doesn't have to be a stuffy meeting. So appreciate everything that you do for bringing the different cultures together and for the program to go to the next level. I think there's a couple of things that I had on my list that I was hoping that perhaps we can get some sort of either an updated report after or for the Sister Cities Committee to consider. I think when I had initially also brought this forth, part of the issue that I saw with the former structure that we had was, as mayors, we would visit our sister cities, we would make commitments. I know that we've individually all, agreed to do certain things with our sister cities, but I think we both didn't have the staffing to see those through. But also, I remember when I was first going, asking, well, what did the history look like? What did the mayors prior do? There wasn't kind of a historical archive of commitments made. And I know that there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of conversations that take place in the meetings when we do visit our sister cities. So really looking at not just what we can do here in Glendale through the committee, but also how we're seeing through some of the opportunities that are available when we as leaders visit. Part of that also included, I know that Mexico is mentioning about economic opportunity and some perhaps tequila and some margaritas, but part of our visit to Korea also included an economic development and K-pop agreement that we signed, right? And so I know we have many of these conversations when we visit Armenia and the other cities, so looking to see if we can use this year as the year that we activate the subcommittees within each, because I think that was part of the initial conversation, that it wouldn't just be an overarching sister city committee, but would underneath it, there would be subcommittees. And I know there's a lot of people that had signed up to want to volunteer and help see these through. And so my hope is that maybe in your upcoming meeting, you guys can have that conversation about what some of those commitments look like and what are some works that we can do, which also include some professional exchanges between cities. So I know some of our cities in Armenia, for example, had requested professional exchanges that had to do with public works, cleaning up building and safety codes and so forth. So those are all also very important. I would also want to note that as you mentioned, the festival, when I had a conversation with Stepan Partamian, who's overseeing the Armenian Art Center, to bring the Wine and Spirits Festival, discussing how we can also expand that in bringing in other cultures and perhaps looking into bringing in some of the sister cities into that. I know he's also planning an arts festival, and that was part of our conversation when we had the Consul General of Mexico visit, that as part of the arts festival, there could be an opportunity where part of the art festival also includes original works of art from our different sister cities. And so it's a way for us to kind of integrate all of that together, and something for you all to take a look at. I think lastly, I know that our council colleagues also received an email today about, for example, Tzahkazart, which is, again, it goes back to funding and fees. I've always said that events that bring people together, arts, festivals, all of those things may look like they cost money, but they are also indirect drivers of revenue to the city, because when people come to the city, they end up eating at our restaurants, drinking at our bars, and helping our small businesses and mom and pops. So looking at opportunities, whether it's Tzahkazart, I heard that Vartavar, Hike for Our Heroes, doesn't want to do it this year because the pricing is too high, and they're looking to move it to Los Angeles. So looking at opportunities where maybe the Sister Cities Committee, any of these events that really celebrate culture and part of our Sister Cities program, how we can collaborate to make it easier, because I would hate to lose these events first at all or to another city. I take immense pride that we have these in Glendale. I think when Uniqueness, Mayor, when I went to the first meeting and I attended some of the initial meetings that they were holding, I think the initial discussion around Uniqueness was to have an outdoor festival. And then I think because of just capacity of the organizing committee and what they were able to do, it led to it going into the YMCA. But I remember distinctly our initial conversations were that we would have something that was outdoors. It would be a longer program and celebration of culture and vendors and so forth. And so if there is an opportunity for us to combine, because I do know that was their original thought process on how we can help facilitate and bring resources to that, I would prefer that we combine it. It's something that's already happening. We could just work together to make it greater instead of just going off. But I would leave that to the committee. Would love to bring Unity Fest back. I remember going when we used to have that year after year. But again, taking into consideration the costs associated with it. But I would also say that Unity Fest might also be an opportunity where if we create the right sponsorship packages, it doesn't have to cost us money. It can also generate revenue for companies and whatnot that want to both maybe sponsor trash, maybe they want to just highlight their companies throughout, and very similar to some of the other programming we've done. I know the Women's Equality Day event has brought in funding for the Women's Commission. The event has been covered year after year. And I know that that's the case for our Small Business Summit, and there's opportunities to grow in that as well. So I just don't see it black and white as we have to end up paying, where there's other opportunities for us to collaborate with the business community to make it happen.
Thank
Sorry
you.
for my long statement.
Thank you. Other comments?
Only thing,
Mr. Kasakian?
The only thing I would like to say is, first of all, kudos to especially the volunteers, our staff who's been working on this. I know a lot of time and good work has been put into this. I want to ask staff and everyone involved to kind of expand the scope or the tent to bring in the schools, especially GUSD schools, but more importantly, Glendale Community College. We have these language immersion programs, which I think are a natural fit with our sister cities. And I know the Japanese consulate, the Korean consulate have visited some of those programs, but it'd be great to bring in some of the other consulates representing the sister cities, as well as representatives from sister cities, not just to do potential exchanges at some point, bring students from there, send our students over there, but to also see what areas of collaboration and cultural exchanges they can have, and naturally it would help the students enhance their language speaking abilities. When I was a kid, there used to be pen pal programs, right? You would get a pen pal from either another country or wherever else. You'd communicate in English. Technology has come a long way. Now you don't have to write a letter and actually use a stamp. You can connect with them and maybe have a conversation in Spanish with another school in the Dominican Republic or in Mexico or wherever else it may be if you're Spanish, and so on. So that's what I would like to see happen. I do believe that, we have 3 elected bodies in the city, the College Board of Trustees, the School Board, and City Council, but we should be working together on a lot of these, including the Uniqueness Festival or whatever, however this Unity Festival takes shape. And also like the college. I don't think the college has been engaged and involved, not because of a lack of probably interest on their part, but to reach out to them. We have courses in different cultures and history of different countries in that campus, and there's resources that we could tap into. So that's what I would like to see, because I think if we do that, I know, for instance, Glendale College does something with the Asian Pacific Islander community where they have this kind of on-campus night market. And, everyone does something within their means, and we're having a discussion about how our means are constrained because of various reasons. There's various factors putting constraints on us. But if 3 smaller or medium-sized events combine, then you have one large event and you bring in more people. So I don't know how exactly we do that, but since we have a staff person who's dedicated to this, I'm going to urge her to make that a priority. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karpet?
Yes. I think it's a great idea to have a festival like Unity Fest that we had. And the fun part was, what do they call it? The dunking tank. And the mayor always sat there, Mr. Najarian. And everybody was participating. They raised a lot of money. That's one of the best ways to raise money. But there are other ways as well. I mean, when my wife was on the board of Glendale Unified School District, they started a program called Armenian Korean Festival. Started small. And Mr. T.C. Kim was there. We brought both cultures together. They brought their foods, their dances, their music and everything, and we learned and appreciated each other's culture. Then I believe the last year the Mexican community also joined the event, and it was growing. But anyways, my wife is not on the board, and that program got discontinued. I think that's another way of looking at it, to collaborate between Glendale Unified School Districts, because kids get involved, and if the kids are involved, the parents will come, and you can grow it much faster. Instead of doing it on the street and start really large and street closures and all the other, and we have the cruise night once a year, and we know how much work that is, because we close the streets and everything that was mentioned here, and the cost is enormous as well. So the Uniqueness Festival, I think we can build on that and grow it from that, because you already have a base for it, and people participate already. It's nothing new. You can grow that. I think that's the way I would look at it, to start from this year with the Uniqueness Fest, and then build on how to grow that program and make it more, and get the, Glendale Unified School District as well as the college involved, because again, I went to every event that my kids were involved in. So when kids are involved, parents will show up, and it becomes a family event. It becomes a more fun event. You can have different games or what have you. So, but don't forget the dunking tank. It generated a lot of money. That's all I have to say, Mr. Ray.
Thank you. Mr. Brotman?
Yeah, I don't have much to add, just to, I agree with most of the comments I heard from my colleagues, and I wouldn't want us to just do a Unity Fest independent of the uniqueness, so I agree with, I think everybody's saying the same thing. We should reach out to them first, see what we can do to help them be more successful. Maybe they want a different venue, could be outdoors, could be somewhere else. So yeah, let's just approach it that way, work with them, and help them, enhance what they do. And a lot of the other ideas I heard about involving the school district and the college district all sound great.
Great. I very much support the idea of a Unity Fest. I don't know why. Well, I do know why it did not continue. It was for some. Well, I can't mention that now. But it consisted of generally a stage where the different ethnicities and cultures would be able to perform throughout the day. And there would be accompanying food booths, craft booths, city promotional booths throughout the entire area. So it was very fun. So I would like to give this back to the committee and Ani with an eye on a budget always. We can't get too far out. There may be great sponsorship opportunities. If so, perfect. I mean, that would be great. But I am in favor of going forward with this. It's a great way. We've celebrated our cultural ties this whole evening. So I think this is a great exclamation point to going further with that. Okay, so we have, if there's nothing more, we have two items. One is to receive and file, note and file, and the other is to accept our direction on the festival, on the event. Let's just call it the cultural event, no matter what we call it. Is our direction clear on the cultural event?
Yes, thank you.
All the comments? I think I agree with everything, and I think everyone else is in agreement as well.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Generically, the motion would be to collaborate with community partners and put something on?
Yes, to, under the purview of the Sister City Committee, to partner with the school district, to invite the school district and the college and those involved in the Uniqueness Festival, Festival, to come together and plan for something comprehensive at a future date, hopefully next year.
That could be the motion.
Is there a motion?
I'm happy to move both. Or is it just?
You can do
Yeah,
both.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Sadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Kasakian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, settle down, Sister City Committee. Settle down. Will you please read the next item?
Item 10B, fiscal year 2025-2026 second quarter financial status report. 1, motion to note and file the financial status report for the period ending December 31st, 2025. 2, resolution of appropriation.
Mr. Golanian.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor City Council. On to a more serious item. The second quarter financial update that the report will be presented tonight includes the general fund revenues and expenditures. The report also includes the updated general fund 5-year forecast, which as a result of multiple strategies that either already have been implemented or are in the process of being implemented, resulted in an improved outlook, if you will. Because of that, I'd like to take a moment to applaud all the 14 departments, large and small, who heeded my direction and looked deep within their respective budgets and offered budget cuts, and saving measures to help drastically reduce our forecasted budget deficit. However, we still are faced with a structural imbalance, so there is more work to be done. If the city is able to implement all the financial strategies that we will be presenting, we anticipated to maintain the general fund reserve above the 25% and remain in compliance with the city's reserve policy, at least for the next 5 fiscal years. Of course, this is barring any unforeseen economic downturn or financial situation out of our control. With that, I'm going to turn it to Jack Leong, our finance director, and for the presentation, and he will go into more detail, ably assisted by Katrina Cervantes.
Thank you, Mr. Kalanian. Good evening, Mayor Najarian and the members of the City Council. I am excited to bring you our second quarter update for fiscal year 25-26. And we have a 4-part agenda for this presentation. We're going to start off with a brief economic update, and then we're going to launch into our fiscal year 25-26 second quarter financial results. After that, we'll present you with details of our general fund forecast. And then last but not least, we do have an appropriation request from Community Services and Parks related with the donation. So to start off on the economic update, from the left to right in this particular graph, we have our real GDP growth, unemployment rate, and annual inflation rate that is laid out both for the U.S. as a national level and also as a California level. At the U.S. level, the real GDP growth in the second quarter of our fiscal year 25-26, meaning as of December of 2025, was 2.2%. And in California, the real GDP growth was 3.4%. Compare that to a year ago, back in 2024, December 2024, the national level was 2.8%. California was 3.7%. So from a GDP growth perspective, we can definitely see a gradual slowdown from a growth perspective. That is something that we want to pay attention to. In the unemployment rate, at the national level, we're looking at 4.4%. In California, it's 5.5%. So California is not doing as well as a nationwide figure. A year ago, that number was 4.2% for the nation and 5.5% for California. So California hasn't really moved much in the last year or so. Now, a little fun fact is the optimal number for unemployment rate usually is considered to be between 3 to 5%. Anything below that is considered a labor shortage. Anything above that is considered an economic issue. And you can see that the national level actually falls within that comfortable range, and California is a little bit above that comfortable range. So that's something that, as a state, that we need to pay attention to. Our inflation number are really looking better compared to a year ago. At the national level, it's 2.7%, and at the California level, it's 2.3%. Compared to a year ago, those set of figures was 2.9% and 3.1%. As we're all aware that the Federal Reserve's target for inflation is about 2%, and we know that they have struggled for the last few years to really get that back down to that level. But looking at this year's number, we're heading toward that target, so it's looking better. After looking at the nation and the California, we'll look at some Glendale-specific information. The property tax trends is the same from the last time when I brought this update to you. So Q1 and Q2 are no different. We get these updates once a year, and the story still stands that from the city level, we're seeing a slower growth from 5.4% a year ago as a net taxable value to 3.7% in the most recent years, which is 25-26. The county numbers are slightly above the city, which still persists the story that the county, from a property value perspective, is growing faster than the city. Sales tax information. We did get some new information on sales tax for Q3 of 2025, and that's calendar year Q3 of 2025. So as of September 2025, our Bradley Burn property tax sales tax was down 8.1% compared to a year ago. Now, we have not seen that much of a decline in the previous quarters, quarter one, quarter two. Those numbers were down 5.9% and 5.5% respectively. So we're continuing to see a decline in our Bradley Burn sales tax, which primarily consists of local sales within the border of Glendale. On the Measure S part, the bottom left corner of this slide, you can see that we're actually seeing some growth in that area, 7.1% for Q1, 5% for Q2, and 2.6% for Q3. A little slower growth, but still growth. Combined total year to date, on the Bradley Burn side, we are experiencing a 6.5% decline, and on the Measure S side, we're experiencing a 4.9% growth. So it's very concerning. The decline in our Bradley Burns area is, again, primarily driven by our auto and transportation sector, as well as the business and industry sector. And we are definitely seeing some economic concerns in those areas, and we're keeping a close eye to those two particular areas. Now that concludes my very quick economic update. Any questions for this part? Okay, we'll move on to the next part and pass it on to our budget manager, Ms. Karina Cervantes Vasquez.
Good evening. Tonight, I'll be walking you through the second quarter financial results. So to give you a better sense of the trends, we've included the revenues received through December 31st for fiscal years 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26. So far in fiscal year 25-26, we've received about $113.6 million, and this reflects a revenue collection rate of about 32.4%. So as you can see, this is right in line with what we're expecting at this point in the fiscal year. And this is due to the timing of receipts for some of the major revenue categories. So property taxes, we receive it on a monthly basis, but the two major payments are received in December and in the spring. So far we've received about $20.7 million, and this is about a 4% growth. But as Mr. Liang mentioned, we are expecting a little bit of a slowdown in property taxes. So for fiscal year 26-27, we're seeing about 3%. For sales taxes received, it's about $28 million in the current fiscal year. That does reflect a decrease of about $406,000 when compared to the last fiscal year. So this is in line with the most updated forecast received by our consultant. So as you may recall, as per the first quarter financial update, we did decrease our sales tax projection by about $2.5 million. So this is right in line with that. At this point, we don't expect major changes in this category. Utility users tax is about $1.3 million higher than last year, and this is primarily driven by electric UUT due to the higher electricity rates. We are seeing declines in transient occupancy taxes of about $457,000. However, we're closely monitoring this category, and we do expect it to pick up in the next few months. So at this time, we're not adjusting our revenue estimate. Licenses and permits is a category where we're continuing to have strong performance. It's about $1.2 million higher than last year, and this is primarily driven by building permits, planning permits, and street permits. So based on these strong results, we are projecting to increase our revenue estimate by $1.5 million. So this is one of those categories that's performing really well for the general fund. Revenue from other agencies, although we're seeing an increase of about $399,000, this is more related to the timing of receipts. So there's an annual payment for the vehicle in lieu payment that's received annually. That's about $300,000. So for the current fiscal year, we did receive it earlier in the fiscal year, so it's not necessarily that it's trending higher. The rest of it, about $100,000, that's because we received FEMA reimbursements and Call OES reimbursements related to the 2025 windstorm events. And that was for expenses in the community services and parks departments. So regarding that windstorm event, so far we've only received about 100,000. We're still waiting for about 1.5 million, which should come later. For fines and forfeitures, charges for services, although we're seeing an increase of about 5.5 million, 4.4 million of that is related to the collapse of the parking fund into the general fund, with a lot of that parking garage revenue and parking meter revenue now being deposited in the general fund. Other line items within this category that are trending higher are emergency medical response fees and express plan check fees. So based on this, we are increasing our revenue estimate by about 190,000. We do have an offset for the landfill Shoal Canyon. So originally we were projecting for the host fees 5.7 million, but based on the 2 payments that we have received thus far, we're lowering that to about 5 million. For fines and forfeiture, although we're seeing a $1.1 million increase in the current fiscal year compared to last year, that's also driven by the collapse of the parking fund into the general fund, since we're depositing all of our parking ticket revenue in the general fund. We are proposing a decrease of about 470,000 in this category. Originally, we were anticipating revenue from the speed camera safety program, but there's been delays in the implementation. So we're lowering our projection for this year. In the transfers from other funds category, normally the only transfer that we have is the electric transfer from Glendale Water and Power, but that usually gets posted at year end, which is why you don't see anything in fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25 through December 31st. The $4.5 million is related to the budget balancing strategy that we implemented in 25-26, where we defunded a couple of projects in the capital improvement fund. That yielded about $9 million back to fund balance in the capital improvement fund, which we're transferring back to the general fund. So this $4.5 million is half of that transfer through December 31st. So based on these results, we're increasing our revenue projection by about 1.7 million for fiscal year 25-26. On the expenditure side, so far we have spent about 167.5 million. And this is in line where we would expect to be at 6 months into the fiscal year. So currently, we have budget utilization rate of about 47.1%. For salaries and benefits, the increase of 2.7 million is primarily due to the collapse of the parking fund into the general fund, with about 1.7 million of that being due to the parking fund collapse. The rest of it is just normal step progressions and cost of living adjustments. Maintenance and operations, again, out of that 5 million increase, about 3 million is attributable to the collapse of the parking fund. For capital outlay, although we're seeing an increase of about 172,000, this is related to the fire department for their equipment purchases. So it's not necessarily that we're spending more, it's just that they made the purchases earlier in the fiscal year. And that's for their turnout gear and their defibrillators. Transfers to other funds is about 5.5 million less, and this is also due to the budget balancing strategies that we implemented in fiscal year 25-26, where we deferred the transfers to the fleet fund, the capital improvement fund, and the building maintenance fund, which totaled about 11 million, which is why you see half of that decrease through December 31st. So all in all, we're still tracking as expected, like I mentioned, 47.1% through December 31st. In the last slide, we have a breakdown of expenditures by department. So as we can see, pretty much all the departments are tracking below that 50% mark through December 31st. The only exception is the Library, Arts, and Culture department. They're training slightly higher, but that's due to their programming. So far through December 31st, they've had their summer reading and Dia de los Muertos events. They don't expect this trend to continue into the second half of the fiscal year, and they are expected to stay within budget, but we'll be tracking that closely. And that concludes my part of the presentation. If anyone has any questions.
Questions? Mr. Carpaccio?
On slide 9, can you repeat what you said on transfer to other funds? Is it transfer to other funds, or is it the projects that we didn't do and total was like 10 million, and that 5.7 is half of that?
Yes, so normally we budget a transfer of 10 million to the capital improvement fund,
Okay.
but we didn't do it in 25-26 as a budget balancing strategy. And we also deferred the transfer to the fleet fund and the building maintenance fund.
Okay. And on page 8, our revenues are $14 million, $457,000 more.
Yes, about 14 million higher, but some of that is due to the collapse of the parking fund into the general fund. So along with the expenses, we also brought in the revenue for the parking garages and the parking meters.
I understand, but at the end of the day, the collapse of parking fund resulted in $14 million more revenues for the city this year.
Part of it, yes.
Yeah.
I would say about half of it.
Right. So it's not, all of it is not new revenue because there was an existing revenue in the parking fund.
Now, my question is that $14 million is extra up to that second quarter, right? There's more revenue of $14 million.
It's more revenue compared to at this point in time last fiscal year. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
And it was anticipated revenue. It
Correct.
wasn't a windfall. I want to make that clear.
And what kind of a impact it will have on the 5-year forecast that we received maybe a few months back?
You will get an updated presentation on the forecast.
It's coming up?
It's coming up.
It's the next section.
So basically, these results translates to about 1.7 million more than we were projecting at first quarter.
Could you repeat the total again, the number you just gave?
So far we're tracking, so based on how we're tracking through December 31st, we're increasing the revenue projection for fiscal year 25-26 by 1.7 million. So although we're seeing an increase of 14 million compared to last year, that was projected revenue already. It's only trending higher by 1.7.
And our
From
occupancy tax is 11.4% down?
At this point in time, yes. We're not proposing to adjust the revenue estimate just yet. We're going to continue monitoring in the next couple months, and if there is an adjustment, we'll bring that back as part of the third quarter financial update.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on to the next part of the presentation, which is the general fund forecast. As Mr. Galanian mentioned, that we have good news that our financial forecast has improved a little bit, and the not so good news is we're not entirely clear yet. So just a quick recap of how do we do our forecast is we always start with our prior year's actual results, which is fiscal year 24-25, and then we add in our projected revenue and then projected expenditures, everything that Ms. Cervantes Vasquez has mentioned. And then our projections has a lot of assumptions that's built into it. And we always adjust our assumptions based on the latest information. That could be historical trends, current economic condition, expert analysis and recommendations, latest numbers that we get, operational conditions and factors, as well as budget balancing strategies that gets built into this. We still need to, as Mr. Galanian mentioned, we still need to execute on multiple strategies to further reduce our costs and increase revenues to reach our goals of financial sustainability. But so far, we are looking a little bit better compared to the last update I brought to you during the first quarter update. So this is what we're looking at from a trajectory perspective on the fund balance back in first quarter update, back in December 2025. As you recall, I was projecting that by fiscal year 27-28, we are going to fall out of policy compliance. The green line is our target of 35%, and the orange line is our minimum, our policy minimum of 25%. And the red line is our charter requirement for our general fund balance. So by fiscal year, back in Q1, by fiscal year 27-28, we will fall out of under that 25% minimum range. And by fiscal year 29-30, we will be in charter violation by going below the charter requirement. Now, our situation has improved based on a number of assumptions. Just to quickly go over what has changed between Q1 and Q2. On the revenue side, we have identified an underutilized property that can be sold for a good amount of $2.4 million, and that would provide a one-time boost to our revenue in fiscal year 26-27. Our emergency medical response fees has consistently came in higher than anticipated, consistently came in higher than budgeted, and we are adjusting our revenue forecast for the future years by $2.1 million, and that will be a recurring annual increase that we can see from that particular fee. As Karina mentioned, that landfill host fee has consistently came in lower in our latest trend. So we're adjusting our forecast of $5.7 million per year to back down to $5 million per year. And that will be a recurring annual trend until the closure of the landfill. Our revenue collection rate, now that is a critical strategy and critical assumption that we're making is we're assuming that we're collecting 100% of what we're budgeted for revenues. And as Karina mentioned, so far we're tracking very well for this particular fiscal year. And we're assuming that that trend will continue. On the expenditure side, we have looked at our internal service rate, particularly in the liability fund and workers' comp fund with a deeper dive, and we have adjusted our anticipated growth for both of those funds. For the liability insurance rate, we originally had an 8.5% annual growth for the next 5 years, and we have adjusted that to an 8% annual growth, and that will result in a $800,000 savings for general fund, and that will recur annually. For the workers' comp rate, we originally had a 2.7% increase every year going into the next 5 years. And we look at the financial health of that particular fund, we can actually see a 10.75% decrease. That's a 1-year decrease for fiscal year 26-27. And that will result in a $2.9 million decrease for the workers' comp contribution. And then, as Mr. Galani mentioned, that all departments has contributed to budget balancing strategies for fiscal year 26-27. The established target from the city manager's office was a 3% reduction across general fund departments, and that's only on discretionary expenditures. All departments went back to the drawing board, look at every options to reduce cost, and I'm happy to say that we actually came back hitting that 3% target on discretionary expenditures. Now, blending that with non-discretionary expenditures, we're seeing a 2.25% overall reduction of our expenditures. And the dollar figure for that is $6.8 million. For fiscal year 27-28, there is another target from our city manager's office of another 2% reduction. So basically, it's a 2-year combined 5% reduction. Simple math there. And the total for that, we're anticipating to save another $6.2 million in fiscal year 27-28, because that's not going to impact the immediate budget year. That's why I'm not listing that number in this table right here. Another critical strategy that we have to take into consideration is we are assuming that our budget utilization rate is 98%, meaning at the end of the year, we're not going to spend every dollar that we have budgeted. And that is supported by our historical trend of not spending all of our budget. So that 2% saving is going to help us to maintain our fund balance at a healthy balance. With all of these assumptions, now there are other minor assumptions that has been adjusted, built into our forecast, and the list is actually very long. But this particular slide over here includes our major assumptions that has changed from last quarter to this quarter. With all of that, the numbers that you're seeing on this particular slide, it's, as you may recall, back in Q1, I presented you with a range of $20 million to $30 million budget shortfall for the upcoming 5 years annually, with a combined total of over $100 million for 5 years. This is our new number. As I mentioned, that we're not completely out of the red yet, but our budget gap has significantly decreased for the next few years. For fiscal year 26-27, we're seeing a $10.7 million shortfall, and followed by 5.8, another 10, and a 12 million, with a combined total of 32.2 million budget shortfall for the next 5 years. Great improvements. And then if you look at the second table on this slide, we are no longer worried, at least in the next 5 years, to fall into budget compliance issues, as well as we're not going to get anywhere near the charter requirement. From a graphical perspective, this is what we look at. Again, the green line is our target, orange line is our policy minimum of 25%, and red line is our charter requirement. Blue line is our projections. So you can see that we're still trending downward which is the not so great news. But the good news is within the next 5 years, we're anticipating if everything holds true, we're anticipating to land within that target range and the minimum range. Much better than the Q1 forecast. So compare the two graphs together. Back in Q1, you see one trajectory. Now in Q2, you see the second trajectory. Again, it's a very good improvement. Now, this is just another way to look at that budget gap. The green line over here is the trajectory of our revenue increases. Red line is the trajectory of our expenditure increases. So you can see that the gap from Q1 to Q2 is we're looking at a much smaller gap in Q2. And if you pay attention to the revenue line, it actually hasn't changed very much. I mean, we have some adjustments and it has improved a little bit. But what really made a significant difference is the significant downward shift of the expenditure line that really kind of helped bridge the gap together. And again, I want to second Mr. Galanian's comment to applaud all departments that has participated in this reduction strategy, as well as I want to applaud our city manager's office clear direction of a reduction strategy for general fund to really get to a sustainable forecast. Now, with that, I want to mention some key dates, some upcoming key dates. There are still a lot of moving parts with the fiscal year 26-27's budget. We're still developing the proposed budget right now. And there are other reduction strategies that's being considered. At the same time, there are some service increases that is also being proposed and considered, which are critical to our services. By April 15th, we will have a complete picture to provide to you for review as our next year's proposed budget. And then we have the April 20th through 29th, which is about a week and a half of time that will answer questions, provide clarifications. If you have any questions, we can provide answers either in briefing settings or in offline in writing settings as well. So we'll take questions in any shape or form that you prefer. April 30th, that's our kickoff of our first study session. And then we are planning to have 4 study sessions from April 30th to May 21st. And hopefully that we're able to answer your questions, address your concerns, and then get to a good budget adoption by June 23rd. And that's our target date to bring the proposed budget to your council for adoption. Any questions for the last section?
I have a quick question. When you're talking about the budget reduction, expenditure reduction strategies, are these the latest and greatest that Mr. Galanian has recently imposed? I mean, these are the latest things. You said everybody knock out 5%.
5 or 2?
Well, you asked for
5% over a 2-year period, Mr. Mayor.
And is that it? Is that a starting point or is that an ending point for your budget?
That for the current fiscal year, that was the ending point. Depending on where we land with our third quarter and the end of year budget, we may have to revisit that.
You may have to.
Yes,
okay.
we may have to.
But for now, that's your target, and you're going to implement that target.
Yes, sir.
5% over 2 years.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Questions?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you both and everybody who worked on this. I raised the question of audits a couple of meetings ago, I believe. Can you walk me through what the process is for auditing both our contracts and department spending? And I say this because I know that at the very least, some of the contracts I've looked at, we're paying for services that we're not technically getting with some of our partners and agencies outside, as well as looking at how we do our internal audits of staff spending on projects and the accountability with employee cards and all of that. Can you walk me through that? Because I'm trying to get a clear understanding of.
Sure, Councilmember Chen. As you know, I have been here for 8 months, and I am still learning about the city's overall process. And internal audit is a function that is sitting within management services right now. But at a high level, to my knowledge, is that our internal audit establish an audit plan on an annual basis, and they go through different areas. Now, because internal audits, due to resource constraints, we're not able to hit every corner, every contract, every department throughout the year. So they actually do have selected high-risk areas based on a risk assessment process to identify the areas for audit opportunities. And with that, they will go in there, whether if it's auditing a contract that's revenue related or expenditure related or performance related, they will go through their study, identify their findings, and then provide recommendations to the departments. So from an overall perspective, that's kind of at a high level, that's how our internal audit works. I want to see if Mr. Takhtalian have anything to add to our process.
No, I think that pretty much encompasses the actual internal audit structure. The only thing I would add to that is what happens after that, which is, aside from the recommendations going to the department, these audits are shared with the audit committee, as well as all the recommendations. And then we have to bring back any of the recommendations that haven't been implemented at different intervals, at 1, 2, and 3 year intervals. And at some point, usually towards the latter end of that, if it hasn't been implemented, the department head always has to come and explain what the status is of that implementation. And if it's not being implemented, what the rationale for the non-implementation actually is. That has to happen to the audit committee.
So I think all of us were surprised last year when we started the budget session, when we had hit the deficit, Mr. Galanian. Where did we fail in our internal structures last year that led us to find out right before budget session about our deficits?
Councilmember Satrian, I wouldn't categorize it as failure. As we have said previously in our presentation, these are essentially forecasts, and the forecast based on revenues that we get is from a well-reputed company who does the forecasting for a number of cities, and our expenditures, they were higher than we anticipated. Our revenues were lower than anticipated. It was a simple math that it wasn't a failure on our part.
So the company that takes a look at the internal audits, for example, and then as you're bringing in, for example, you're bringing on our financial status now, the projections throughout the year weren't showcasing what we ended up with at the end of the year. So I'm trying to understand, just structurally, they give you the report and then you guys analyze with them and then you bring it to council?
Do you mind if I try?
Go ahead.
There's a lot of moving pieces to that question. One of the fundamental pieces there has to do with the operations. And if you recall, part of the significant conversation we had last year was police costs. The fact that, on the police side, their overtime was over by $6 million in addition to what they had budgeted. Then there was a significant issue on their M&O side where we actually had to give them an additional $4 million to balance out the M&O. Part of the reasoning behind why that fell short was because in future years, they had been utilizing salary savings, millions and millions of dollars of salary savings, but we had an exceptionally successful year in filling vacancies and about 22 of 23 positions that the council had authorized. So combining almost a fully staffed police department, the overtime expenses that had continuously recurred year over year, and the M&O expenses that we hadn't backfilled in the past, in and of itself was about a $9 million hit. So I don't know that that was necessarily a surprise at the very last minute that we hadn't accounted for. It was really a success story that had inadvertent implications. The other major issue that drove the budget into a challenging situation was the fact that there was a stronger push within the organization to fill vacant positions across the general fund departments. And that in and of itself ate up about $7.8 to $8 million of I think, a $9 million or $10 million projected under expenditure. What I mean by that is we knew that we have vacancies on an annual basis, and we utilized that vacancy kind of as an imaginary plug for us to say, we'll adopt the budget and we'll come in under budget. Well, you can't adopt a budget with an imaginary plug, go fill the positions, and then still expect to have savings. So those two things in and of themselves had a roughly a, I don't want to give a number out there because I'm doing it off memory, but it was many, many millions of dollars, far in excess of 10.
Okay. And then I think lastly is the revenue generation. I know that the council finally gave the go-ahead to bring those items up, but I think a lot of those items had been sitting there for a long while. Could we get a timeline from staff on when, just kind of looking at your workload and then just coming back with, this is when we're anticipating to bring these back? Because I've said this time and again, when we're looking at future projections, while I recognize if you don't have something that's already built in and on the way and generating revenue, plugged into this, you could have a separate document that helps identify, as we're approving these, what you can anticipate, just like you're estimating your expenditures, that you would incorporate those revenue generating items into your income and your profits. So is that something that staff can bring back, just so we're not, and I'm going to give you an example. I don't know what the EV chargers are going to end up giving us that are here today, right? Like that are on this agenda today. But there will be some sort of projections on that. I do know that, for example, for that item, we were anticipating originally for that to come in October of 2024. And so just looking at some sort of timelines we can work with and what this council can do to help staff in bringing in or approving revenue generating items, so we're not constantly talking about cuts.
Appreciate the question, Councilmember Asartyan. If you recall, Mr. Leung and his staff, as part of the first quarter update, provided a listing of conversations, the items that we pertaining to potential revenue sources. So we wanted to get clarification, and thanks to this council, we did get direction. Some of them are fairly complex in nature and will require a lot of time to implement and benefit from revenue generation. The other ones, on a smaller scale, staff are working as one, when resources are available. Yes, the EV charging item has been worked on for a while. It's not, and we don't know the exact number, it's not going to generate a significant or appreciable revenue source, but it's something. These things take time. We have, every staff member has their plate full, and when these projects or these items come forward, they try to fit them in as time allows, as resources allow. But they haven't been forgotten. Folks are working on them individually, as teams. We're even looking at, and some of these will require coordination amongst a number of departments, for example, fiber optics, that we are in the midst of coordinating. So they're all in the works. They will come to council intermittently as part of our budget review, budget study sessions. Mr. Leung has a schedule that we'll share with you, and one or two of these budget study sessions will share the status of these efforts.
And if I may add, actually, as part of our budget review process, we do have meetings that brings all the department heads who are responsible for different initiatives together to really collaborate on the priorities and timing of this deployment with city managers' leadership in that collaboration. And I think we can potentially get it more organized from a deployment and timeline perspective.
I'm only asking this just so we also have an anticipated timeline of, what our future potential revenue generation looks like, or if we need to look at beyond the 2 years of cuts, right? So that's all.
Do we have any cards on this item?
We have one speaker.
Actually,
We're still going?
We still have
Okay,
one.
we got to move this item along, folks,
And
because
one
this is
small
just an
part
update. We have a whole weeks and weeks of budget study. So,
No
I
more
mean,
than-
that's not for you I'm not picking on you, but everybody.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
All right,
the la-
go ahead and then let the speaker be.
Last items, very, very quick. We have a budget appropriation request. As you might be aware that the Los Angeles Dodgers donated $10,000 to our Community Services and Parks Department for its senior services program. And our Community Services and Parks Department is planning to deploy this donation and support our senior programs, specifically with the Senior Street Fest and the 90 Plus celebration. Both will happen in May of 2026 for the Older Americans Month. And they are requesting appropriation for this $10,000 to dedicate to that program.
It was very generous of them. It was a nice event, brought smiles to many people,
I have a
including
quick
council
question,
members.
Mr. Mayor.
Let's go to Mr. Milano and then come back to questions, and then hopefully we'll accept this item.
Mayor Najarian, members of the City Council, I am very concerned that the elephant in the room, which is the war in Iran and the impact that it's having, is not in the presentation, and nobody's asking that question. I'm not challenging his figures as of December of last year, but looking at those figures and making projections from those figures going forward, when we are in the middle of a war, is insane. You need to make adjustments that are significant because the downturn in the stock market will impact in the future our expenditures with regards to the payments made to CalPERS, so that in the future that's going to have an impact. The increases in the cost of fuels and the downturn in the economy is going to have an impact significantly on sales, for example. So that's the item number one that I think you need to have an update based upon this very serious change in the economics of the United States. I want to highlight something that most people have not realized. If you look at the two basic sources of revenue for the city, which is sales tax and property tax, and you look at for the last 10 years, you're going to find something interesting. Every increase in property tax, and you add the sales tax, is insufficient to meet the demands of police and fire. So no matter what you do with sales or property tax, that money is being sucked out by these two departments, meaning that the expenses of these two departments are not being monitored. Those two departments have been growing their expenses exponentially. And last year's budget, you allowed for a 28% increase in overtime, and there is no audit on their overtime. And we're talking about really significant amount of money that is going into overtime and no audits. And I think that both departments, given the situation that we have with the economy and what you expect, they need to be controlled. The other item is Project 300, which was presented to you by Chief Sid on false and misleading information. The rationale for Project 300 was false. It is not substantiated by any information with regard to crime or population or the number of staffing. Between 2004 and 2024, we had 233 sworn police officers. That didn't change. Population decline, same number of police officers on average. You did not need that Project 300. That is an expense that you have to look at it immediately to balance your budget. There are changes that occur as a result of the pandemic having to do with crime that are temporary in nature, and there are changes in California law that is going to have reductions with regard to the amount of crime that you will experience. But I believe that these are the low-hanging fruit that you need to look at. Cut the overtime, reduce that 28% increase that you get to overtime, and cut the Project 300. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karpetian.
Just want to understand this a little bit better quickly. Page 8, $14,457,000 on financial, increase in revenues. Then on page 14 is our savings from the departments, which is 14.3 million. Combined, it's about $29 million. Am I correct?
As mentioned before, sir, the 14 million increase in the revenues, a significant portion of that is accounted for because we were anticipating revenue growth in the sales tax, in the property tax. So I wouldn't consider those dollars as beyond what we have planned for.
So the forecast that we had last time, for 5 years, that 14 million.
The majority of that is in there.
Okay, so we have 14 million I call it the surplus, based on department savings, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Anticipated for fiscal year 27, 20, 26, 27.
Sure. And when you go back to, let me find my page. Page 15. So the surplus and the deficit, right? So 25, 26 is $6.4 million surplus, and then $10 million deficit, $10.7 million deficit in the following year, 26, 27. And that considers, is that that 14 million is considered in this $6.4 million?
Yes, so that 14 million is
So
projected, yeah.
The funds that we're spending from the reserves are in this $6.4 million? Because the
Correct.
reserves are going down as well, right?
For fiscal year 25, 26, with that 6.4 positive, we're not anticipating to spend much of our reserves in that particular year. But we are still anticipating to spend our reserves in the following years. Those are the red numbers that you see.
Okay, so that $10 million, if we don't have any other source of revenue, will come from the reserves.
It's going to come.
Is that what you're saying? Okay, that's all I have to say.
As we move forward in the budget process, I would like to see a couple of graphical representations of some of the numbers that we are seeing. Sales tax being one of them, and the other one being property tax, which happen to be two of the larger shares of the budget in terms of operations and general fund. So, and what I mean by that is I would like to see a map of the city of Glendale with areas that have, that generate the higher amounts of sales tax highlighted. So we can have an idea of where our strengths are and where we could use improvements. And similarly, where our property tax is highest, where we're seeing the most generation of property tax. At least for me, I think that's a valuable piece of information to have. And I would hope that it's information that we can get our hands on. In addition to that, I would like to ask staff, well, I'll have a number of questions in regards to the impacts of the performance of CalPERS in this current situation, as well as what happens to our required contributions if the returns from CalPERS fall short. Obviously, CalPERS seems to have had better performance of late, but it still, I think, is one of those funds that's very volatile and will have a direct impact. And the pension liability exposure is one that continues to be an issue, at least until, what is it, supposedly, like we assume that PEPRA will kick in and kind of flatten the impact of that. I think that there's some positive signs here, but there's generally, for me at least, and I hope for many sitting on this dais as well as folks engaged in watching, and I thank the one person who came in and spoke on this, because it's a little disheartening to see that there isn't as much more community interest. You know, that's because I think generally we are perceived as a well-run city, so people are not as engaged as they should be. But I think that we need to have a serious conversation about how we have more recurring sources of revenue versus cyclical things that are subject to market forces. And in regard to that, I am concerned about what the future of sales tax could possibly be like in the city, given certain trends, obviously online purchasing, supplanting certain brick and mortar businesses. That's I don't want to, there's a lot more questions as we move through the budget process, but I hope that we give ourselves enough time to have these serious discussions. And there was good points made by my colleagues as well on various things, including looking at some of the department budgets. Do we have any departments that we're anticipating an overrun in? I know it's early in this year, but is there anyone that's, and I suppose we can wait until the I mean, I will go into each department's, this is just a snapshot, and I understand some folks will spend more early on. Like, for instance, I know we just allocated funds for the city clerk to run city elections, and that'll probably be a hit to the city clerk's overall budget. Am I mistaken on that?
I think if you look at it, the city clerk's budget says 41% expense. That's likely a factor, that there is this big, large pot of money for the election that hasn't been expended just yet. Similarly, the library is kind of the opposite story of that. They've expended 51.7%, but a lot of their programs are front-loaded. Oftentimes you see that in the community services and parks department.
And I'm looking forward to going more deeper into the granular of each department, and I hope we'll have the time to do that. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
And just a quick note about that is that I want to commend all of our departments for managing their budget really well so far, halfway into the year, including our public safety, police, and fire. As you can see, the fire is at 49%, and police is at 45.9%. So we all know that overtime is a concern, overtime cost is a concern for our larger departments. But so far in the year, we're seeing that both departments are managing that figure very well, very according to our budget. So I just wanted to add that comment.
Okay, Mr. Brotman?
Yeah, I want to start off saying thank you for the way you're presenting this information to your whole team. It's really, it's so much better and so much easier to understand.
Thank you.
And at least gives me a lot more confidence in where we're going. So I really want to point that out. I don't have a lot of specific questions because I asked them in the briefing. The only comment I would make is just to repeat something that I was really concerned about when we passed the budget, which was the deferral of maintenance, especially into our roads, the deferral of 10 million in CIP, as well as maybe to a lesser extent what we did with our fleet fund and our building maintenance fund. I don't remember the exact rationale at the time, but I think there was a good rationale that we were well funded in those, and this was not going to have an impact. But delaying road work really concerns me, and I don't think it's a budget balancing strategy that we should ever be using, unless we're facing bankruptcy or something like that. So, but anyways, given that we've got this, I guess, forecasted upside surprise. Can I say it that way? It's not in hard and fast yet. It's something you're forecasting. But if it looks like we're, based on what you're seeing now, likely to come in $6.4 million better than what we had budgeted around, I would really like to see us start to release some of that back into our infrastructure maintenance. Because the longer we wait, the more ultimately it's going to cost us to do these repairs. So I would, I know this is just a report and we're just kind of noting and filing, but if there's some way that we can look at that before we go into the next budget, looking at releasing some of that, that's something I would support us doing. So that's that. And the last thing I want to say is I know a few years ago we had a study on our kind of our pension obligations when we did this Blue Ribbon Commission. You were not here at the time, but there was a study done which looked at different types of scenarios, different financial market, scenarios and how that would affect our pension liabilities and our annual costs. And I've kind of kept some of that in my head, knowing that, the general storyline was that this is going to be there's a structural problem at least until the mid-2030s when we might start getting some relief because we're moving now into more of the PEPRA retirees, right? Yep. I would like, if it's possible for us at some point, through this budget process to kind of revise, update that analysis and see if it's looking any different now. And then to, getting to what Mr. Milano said, those financial market, impacts are huge. And, one of the good things when we did that was we looked at, there were different kind of scenarios, financial markets, stay stable or we get a major downturn. And we haven't had a major downturn for so long, it's inevitable. It's coming. So we should be kind of all understanding what that is going to look like for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that we we can work toward.
Councilmember Altman, in response to your comment regarding putting some of that surplus, forecasted surplus into capital improvement, we'll look at the projects that last year we deferred and see what kind of assistance, funding assistance we can provide to at least have one large paving project done.
That would be great.
Sure, I mean, it's
Just
getting late.
Just on the deference, I think part of the direction we had also given was just really looking at other opportunities for us to finance things that, you know, if it was going to cost us $1 today and we held it off, it's going to cost us $5, you know, 5 years from now. And really, maybe there's opportunities for us to borrow from within, but would love to see the kind of like the larger picture in that and what opportunities we have available for that.
Yeah, absolutely. As part of the budget development process, the city manager's office will lead the whole city through a CIP development program for next fiscal year. So all of those priority considerations will be considered in that. With the reality is that we're in March already, and our capital project doesn't break ground tomorrow, right? As soon as we even start planning for that, it may take a little bit of time. So I would say that we can incorporate all of those comments into our CIP planning process and have the city develop that part in addition.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion on this?
I'll move the item. There are two, right? There's accepting the report and the appropriation for the Dodgers. I'll move both of those.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. Next item, please.
Next is action item C, Glendale Water and Power, regarding introduction of the ordinance authorizing issuance of electric revenue refunding bonds. One, introduction of the ordinance authorizing the issuance of a not to exceed $45 million aggregate principal amount of City of Glendale electric revenue bonds, 2026 refunding series, and approving certain other actions in connection therewith.
Mr. Galanian.
Yes, Mayor Najarian, members of City Council, the proposed refinancing of the 2016 electric refunding bonds expected to save on average about $570,000 per year through 2038 and achieve a net present value savings of approximately $5.6 million over the life of the bonds. This would be at an estimated effective borrowing rate of 2.6%, but the actual rate and savings would be set at the time of sale. Hence, we recommend Council introduce the ordinance authorizing the issuance of the refunding bonds. If you have any questions or need more detail, Mr. Mellon and Mrs. Sion are available.
Okay, any questions on this?
I'll introduce the ordinance if there are no questions.
Are there any cards on this?
No cards on this item.
Okay. We have a introduction.
Wait a second.
We do have one card on this item.
Okay.
Herbert Milano.
I have a couple of graphics that I brought in order to augment my discussion here. To my estimate, the total amount of bonded debt for the city of Glendale is over $610 million. And what I wanted to emphasize is that the voters have never approved, and this information was never given to the voters to approve. None of it. It is very likely that a small amount from long ago may have been, but as far as I can tell, all of these bond obligations have never been approved by the voters, never were presented, even though legally you're allowed to do it, the way you basically have structured, but I believe this must change. I am concerned about the following, especially when you look at the 25-year period. Let's see. We're looking at the total. I'm sorry, that graphic doesn't work. Can you change to another one of the? All right, thank you very much. So we're looking at something very significant with regard to the utility. The utility for the past 25 years or more have had a certain amount removed from the utility and moved into the general fund. And as the pension system continued to demand more and more, basically we have been running on a deficit by removing the capital improvement. If that money had not been removed from the utility, if it had remained there, we would have had easily about $400 million for all of these expenditures to improve the power plants. That was the way back in the year 2000. And so if we had invested that money at 4%, we would have had enough money to basically cover this. But now we're stuck with this. We're stuck with $600+ million of bonds plus interest, which is roughly double that amount. So in a way, what we have done is we have taken the capital improvements that were absolutely needed for the utility and poured it into the general fund. And what did it do with that fund? It helped support the pension and the pay increases during all this period of time. And I can give you a half an hour to a 1 hour dissertation of exactly what has happened. We really have not had a balanced budget for 25 years. We have been scavenging the capital improvements in order to put into the general fund so that we can then add pay and compensation and pension and post-employment benefits. That's the reality. This is nothing against you personally, because you don't necessarily come to the dais with this type of information when you're elected. But the reality is dire. And I want to say that the amount of debt, when you count the amount, when you divide it by 74,000 households, it exceeds $30,000 per household. It's an astonishing number. Thank you.
Thank you. This was an ordinance for introduction, and Mr. Brotman. Next item, please.
Next is action item D, Glendale Water and Power, regarding authorization to enter into a legal services agreement with Norton Rose Fulbright US LLP and a professional services agreement with Public Financial Management Financial Advisors LLC. One, motion authorizing the city manager, the city attorney, or their designees to enter into and execute a legal services agreement with Northern Rose Fulbright US LLP for a 3-year term to provide Glendale Water and Power Department, Bond Counsel, and Disclosure Counsel services, including the upcoming refunding of the 2026 electric revenue refunding bonds for a not to exceed amount of $250,000. 2, motion authorizing the city manager or his designee to enter into and execute a professional services agreement with Public Financial Management Financial Advisors LLC for a 3-year term to perform financial advisory services related to Glendale Water and Power Department, including the issuance of the 2026 electric revenue refunding bonds for a not to exceed amount of $100,000.
Do we need a report on this, Mr. Galania?
We don't have a presentation. I was just going to briefly walk you through what these two agreements will provide, the scope of services, but it's already, most of it was read into the record.
Why don't you give us about 5 sentences summarizing what these attorneys and these financial advisors are going to do for us?
Okay, thank you. So the legal services agreement will provide for Norton to serve as bond counsel and disclosure counsel, prepare and review legal documentation, ensure regulatory and tax compliance for a not to exceed amount of $250,000 through June 30 of 2029, and the professional services agreement with PFM, which are the financial advisors, will provide independent financial advice, assist with bond structuring and timing, and oversee bond pricing process for the not to exceed amount of $100,000 through June 30th, 2029 as well. These agreements will support current refunding efforts and future needs. And
Thank
again,
you.
if you have any questions, we have stuff available.
Very good. Are there cards on this item?
No cards on this item.
Do council members have any comments on this?
One question.
Mr. Carpeccia?
Is this, because in the briefings, I was told that this is related to item 10C. Is that correct? The services are for the bonds that are being refinanced, basically.
Good evening, Mayor Najarian, members of council. This is related to the refunding, but it also has future years of some remaining balance, just in case any questions come up related to any of our existing bonds outside of Grayson. Because there might be some follow-up tax questions in the future years regarding arbitrage and such things, so we want to have capacity to call into them as needed.
You said outside of Grayson?
Because Grayson has a dedicated resource. This is just for the 2016 and any, the refunding for the 2016 and any future bond questions that may arise.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have to ask.
Okay, so would someone like to move 10D 1 and 2?
I'll do it.
Second. Roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Kasakian?
Mayor, I'm going to vote no, and I want to just give a brief explanation as to why. And I appreciate the work that staff has done on bringing this item forward, and I recognize the potential savings of refinancing these 2016 electric revenue bonds and what they could do for Glendale Water and Power and our ratepayers. But I can't support entering into the legal services agreement with Norton Rose Fulbright. The firm has been involved in restructuring financial global fossil fuel infrastructure projects, including legal work tied to the state oil company of Azerbaijan, which helps carry some of the petroleum and gas across the region through Turkey into Europe. And so these aren't simply private ventures, and I feel strongly about this. And when I look at this through the lens of the environmental, social, and governance principles, I have concerns. So from that standpoint, and especially from the fact that the government of Azerbaijan forced more than 100,000 Armenians off of their ancestral lands, and this city is home to many residents who trace their roots back to Armenia and Artsakh, I'm not going to support this. So my vote is no.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes. Next item, please.
Next item is action item E, Glendale Water and Power regarding direction to issue a request for proposal for electric vehicle charging infrastructure. 1, motion directing the general manager of Glendale Water and Power or his designee to prepare and issue a request for proposal for third-party vendors to design, install, operate, and maintain curbside EV chargers in predefined locations in the public right-of-way based on staff's evaluation of deployment models, ensuring that the RFP includes utility oversight of load management, data access, pricing principles, and compliance with right-of-way requirements and standards to ensure affordability, transparency, equity, and consistency with city and utility operational standards.
Mr. Galani.
Yeah, Manager, I'm on City Council. As you may know, Glendale is experiencing growing interest from both the community and vendors in deploying curbside EV charging infrastructure. To expand access in an efficient, equitable, and cost-effective manner, staff evaluated 4 models for deploying curbside and public right-of-way chargers, and each model obviously has different implications for cost, etc. But the recommendation is, based on staff's evaluation, for council to approve the issuance of an RFP aligned with Model 1 that we cover. Ruzan Soloyan, our Clean Energy Officer, has a presentation, and we hope that we'll go through it fast for you. Ms. Soloyan?
Good evening, Mayor Najarian, members of the council. My name is Ruzan Soloyan, Clean Energy Officer, and today I will be presenting about 4 different electric vehicle charging models on the public right-of-way and asking the City Council to to approve staff to issue a request for proposal to select third-party vendors to design, install, and operate electric vehicle charging stations on the public right-of-way in Glendale. Glendale is experiencing growth in electric vehicle adoption, which means an increasing demand for publicly accessible electric vehicle charging infrastructure. In response to this growth, staff evaluated 4 different electric vehicle charging models in the public right-of-way, and these models vary in terms of ownership structure, operational responsibility, and pricing for customers. The following few slides will briefly summarize each model. In Model 1, third-party vendors fund, install, and operate electric vehicle charging stations at no cost to city in public right-of-way. City still retains oversight on permitting and siting, and vendors retain revenue based on their proposals. Because vendors set pricing, customers' charging costs will be higher compared to city-owned charging stations, and that will include an additional charge to the electric rate. This model will support faster deployment and scalable deployment in the city, and it will result in grid-connected curbside installations. Model 2 is also third-party funded electric vehicle charging stations at no cost to the city. The difference is that third-party vendors partner with private property owners, and they use the existing property electric service to connect the chargers. And usually this model utilizes bring your own charger approach, which helps reduce maintenance costs. With this model, again, vendor applies an additional charge to the electric rate, and the property owners that partner with third-party vendors receive a portion of charging revenue. Model 3 is city-owned chargers model. City installs, owns, and maintains charging stations. This model offers the lowest customer charging costs since it's utility rate-based. Chargers are integrated with utility infrastructure, and the city has more leverage on grid planning. Model 4 offers a hybrid approach. It's a combination of 3 models that we've discussed, meaning that the city will continue designing, installing, and operating city-owned chargers, but at the same time, we will allow third-party vendors to also design, install, maintain, and operate electric vehicle chargers on the public right-of-way. This model will offer the highest deployment rate, and the city will continue retaining low carbon fuel standard credits from public sites. This table allows to compare different factors across 4 different models. For example, when it comes to customer charging price impact, utility or city ownership offers the lowest charging costs for the customer, but also when it comes to deployment speed, it offers lower deployment speed. And the hybrid model offers higher deployment speed compared to all 3 different models, utility ownership or private and private partnership. This chart allows to compare charging costs across these 4 different models. And when I say charging costs, I mean customer charging costs. And there are several assumptions that we've considered when we came up with these numbers. These figures are only for just high-level discussion purposes. And if customers charge 1,000, they use 1,000 kWh per vehicle to charge annually. City ownership will result in $330 in charging costs for customer, and third-party private model will be almost twice as much. The hybrid model is the second lowest and will allow for scalable and faster deployment of charging stations. This projected comparison also shows a low carbon fuel standard balance between different models. So if we allow third-party vendors to install electric vehicle charging stations, we won't be utilizing our low carbon fuel standard fund balance as much, and that can be used for other programs. But if the city ownership model is used, we will be depleting our low carbon fuel standard balance more quickly. However, the hybrid model will allow us to utilize low carbon fuel standard, but it will result in faster deployment of EV charging stations. And this will be a more balanced approach, providing more EV charging stations to our customers. Staff's recommended approach is based on this evaluation, and we recommend issuing a request for proposal under Model 1, which will be third-party private ownership model, and will allow the city continue providing oversight on siting, pricing, customer transparency pricing, and operations. It will allow the city to leverage private investment and scale quickly and deploy more electric vehicle charging stations. And this model integrates into a broader hybridized EV installation model. Staff will include some key requirements in the RFP, which includes pricing principles, making sure that charging costs are transparently communicated to customers, and the city will and the utility will provide oversight to ensure alignment with Glendale Water and Power and city policies. In order to draft and issue an RFP, staff will engage, GWP will engage with other city departments, including Public Works and Community Development, and we will be utilizing predefined locations in public right-of-way where we have enough electric capacity to support these electric vehicle charger installations. The proposals will be evaluated based on the customer charging costs and also the operational plan that vendors will be providing. And we will return to City Council with recommended vendor selection. With this, staff recommends that the City Council approve preparation and issuance of an RFP for third-party vendors to design, install, operate, and maintain curbside EV chargers in the public right-of-way. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any cards on this?
Yes, we have one card.
Let's hear it.
Beth Brooks.
Okay, so given that the city is intent on reconfiguring all our streets and taking out car lanes and putting in bus lanes and bike lanes, and now you want to put this on the public right-of-way, which would also be streets and alleys near sidewalks. I mean, how would you even propose doing this, especially if you're going to remove a car lane? Where would they, how, I don't even know how this would work. I'm very surprised this is even a proposition yet, before you've even figured out what the city is going to look like street grid-wise. This doesn't make, I don't know, this doesn't, you're looking quizzically at me, but this doesn't make sense to me. You want to get rid of parking lots, Okay, so that's number one. You want to get rid of parking lots, you want to reconfigure the streets, you want to remove car lanes, and now you want to put EV chargers where exactly? I don't understand, because that would also mean a lot of traffic, a lot of backlog. I really just don't understand this whole proposal here, unless there's something I just don't see. It doesn't make sense to me, especially if you're getting rid of lanes and possibly getting rid of parking lots. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kasakian.
Well, let me ask a question in terms of, this, I've had residents ask me this about the conditions of our existing EV charging stations. How many of them are functioning? How many of them are not? What percentage are actually working, especially of the ones we deployed in places like the marketplace?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Kasakian. We recently transitioned to a new vendor to network our chargers. More than 50% of our existing electric vehicle chargers are currently working, and we are actively working on bringing into network the remaining chargers, and some of them we weren't able to network because they are the oldest chargers that the city installed, and some of the companies that install those chargers are not in business anymore, and there are some compatibility and networking issues. So more than 50% of chargers are working. And
So let's say roughly 50%?
More than 50.
55, 52, 52?
53.
53, okay. So part of the issue is that I'm concerned about distribution of whatever charging stations in terms of geographic locations where they're not clustered in one area. We have folks who live in apartment buildings whose apartment owners, building owners will not install a charging station in the apartment for various reasons. It could be insurance related, it could be the load, whatever else it may be. And they rely on some of our city's charging stations to be able to charge their cars. And they're zero emission vehicles. And as it is right now, we're not succeeding. And I'll tell you, it's only been, what, two years since we installed some of those? At least the ones, when were the ones in the marketplace installed? Are those all functioning? The ones off of Artsakh by the library?
So, good evening, Scott Millen, General Manager, Glendale Water and Power. To my knowledge, they are working. I don't think we have any issues there in the Artsakh area. So there was a
Before
lot
you
of
go on, so
questions.
two issues with that. One is we have had residents, at least on two occasions I can recall, could be three, that have told me that they weren't working. The other issue is, even if they are, the issue with having it in a parking structure is you're double charging a resident to go into there to park their car if they're going to leave it overnight, whatever it may be, to charge it, and then they have to pay for the cost of parking the car in that structure. So it's not really a free place to charge it, unless they're doing it perhaps in the daytime, and I don't know what was an hour free, or how long is it to be in those structures? Do we know what it is?
Right off the top of my head, no. I know there was parking limitations.
90 minutes,
on it.
right? So, still, I don't know, maybe they are fine with charging it for 90 minutes. Maybe they need more. I personally don't own an electric car, so I don't know how long it takes to charge one. But I do want to make sure that wherever these are going to be, they're going to be accessible to folks without having to pay to get into another place, right? That's the whole point of curbside.
The premise on this, I want to make sure that it is clear, that the premise on what we're proposing here is that privatization means that we're going to be basically allowing companies that build these things go out and do it in the public right of way, which makes it publicly accessible. That's the whole purpose for this.
I understand. And so is it going to be one company that you're going to be working with?
It won't necessarily be only one company. If one company comes in and proposes the best pricing and the best conditions and meets all our needs, then sure, we'll take one company. But we're okay with multiple companies bidding on the different places.
What I don't want to see happen is a situation where if I ask how many of our charging stations are working, the answer is approximately 50%.
Understand.
That is unacceptable.
Right. Well,
and it's unacceptable that has been that condition for as much time as it has. I see curbside, by the way, charging stations in the city of Burbank.
Yes.
And I don't think that, I think higher of our staff and our abilities in the city of Glendale to be able to deploy zero emission vehicle charging stations than I do of our neighboring cities, with all due respect to them and their councils.
I appreciate that.
I know we've been having this conversation for a long while, but I think when you indicated in your report about working with community development and public works, I think part of that conversation, just to put everybody else at ease, is you were going to be looking at two clusters of density, right? One was for commercial, and one was for multifamily areas.
Right.
I think the initial conversation really was about individuals in multifamilies that don't have EV chargers, can't afford to put them beyond just the landlord not doing it. And so, do you have is the RFP going to include what the limitations are going to be already, or are you just taking in the RFPs and then deciding after?
No. So thank you for the question. The point of this particular RFP was to actually come out with the locations that we have capacity on existing transmission distribution systems, so that it's already identified. We have power. You can come in and hook up your stuff. We should have less issues permitting that process for you because we already know this. Mm-hmm. We still have to work with Public Works and CDD to get the other permitting aspects resolved. But the premise is that we are telling them where we have energy that they can hook up to and supply to the system. And those two clusters you were talking about, obviously, we are definitely looking at where we can get these installed that are close to high-density areas like multifamily residents, and then businesses that could use the benefit of having those EV chargers there.
Okay, I think the only request that I would make on that is to make sure that the distribution is equitable across our city, where it's not just in one area or one cluster of area, but whether it's south, northwest, and east, they're all covered.
So Mr. Salazar back here has done a lot of work in understanding our distribution of EV chargers and considering how we can improve our concentration. The state of California is looking at a 10-to-1 ratio. They'd like 10 vehicles to one charger in general installed. We are we're pretty far away from that. So we're not only looking at where we can kind of reach that ratio in certain areas, but kind of getting that spread through all of Glendale. Like, we don't have a very high concentration in the north. And we do need a higher concentration in the south, especially near Tropico and Acacia. So we know that there are hotspots that we need to hit. And as we have the availability for energy resources in those areas, we definitely want to tie that all together.
Okay, and I think, Mr. Galanian, I think you were part of that meeting as well with CDD noting, well, now you can, but that CDD would be able to also provide recent data on density and just concentration and where it's needed. So just pulling all of that data together as you guys are putting this.
Right, but we're trying to make this RFP as simple as possible for vendors to bid on, meaning we want to sit down with them and help them realize return on their investment that makes sense, keeping in mind that we want to maintain transparency on the costing, and we'd like to control it as best we can, but we also don't want to scare vendors away from this process, right? So we'd like to get a bunch of people to bid on this.
Mr. Brotman.
Yeah, I don't really have questions because I asked a lot of questions in the briefing, but just, I guess, two things that concern me or that I want to make sure get addressed in this process, which we talked about, but I'll just say it here for public consumption, my colleagues. I want to make sure that we are able to control the charging when we have a condition where we are stressed and our resources are maxed out, and we want to be able to cut off charging at certain times. So we need to have that capability. And also, I'd like to see us have, some dynamic pricing built in so that we are, giving the right price signals so that people charge at the times of the day when we have plentiful power and it's cheap to supply, and they're avoiding charging during the times of day when it's expensive to supply that power and it's in shorter supply. So I know you know this, and that's to me a very, very important feature of this, because it's going to help our utility rates long time if we get a lot more revenue onto the system from EV charging, but we want to get it on at the right times, and we don't want it to interfere with, the limits that we face at certain times of the day and year.
Yes. So the 2 points you made, one is surge pricing, which is a precursor to turning power off entirely. Right? Both are behavioral models that will help people understand whether or not they want to keep their car plugged in. But one of the key elements is our ability to send a signal to these devices. If we're in a high load condition and we have reduced access to resources, meaning we don't have all the power we need for the load that exists, I'd prefer to isolate chargers before I isolate people from energy. So
For sure. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is just in terms of the spread that these vendors will charge between, what they pay us for power and what they charge to the customer for power. I know, they need to make a reasonable return on their investment.
Right.
But I want to make sure that we have visibility into that and some, and kind of control, because I don't want them to kind of get the contract, they get it installed, and then they start being greedy with their rate structures, right? Of course, if we have multiple vendors, there's going to be competition between them. So that seems to me maybe something that we want to try to get to, so that if one is trying to charge a ridiculous amount, somebody could go down the street to another one.
Yes.
I think we want that competition in place,
Right.
or we want some other mechanism to be able to ensure that, that a reasonable return is made, but not something that's excessive.
Yes, the reason why I'm so open to having multiple vendors at these doing installations throughout the city is because I kind of view it like the gas station model, right? If different neighborhoods will have groupings of different providers of gas, and they're in competition with each other. So you drive down the street, see different prices. If you're comfortable with 3 different gas stations, it doesn't matter the source of it, you're going to go to the one that has the cheapest gas, right? So the same premise here. I'd like to have that kind of competition built in the city. I'd prefer not to have a monopoly applied. Depending on how well we do in this first phase approach, if we still need additional chargers, we have the option to do something again in the future. So we're going to play it by ear, but I agree on the managing the costs, at least maintaining some level of transparency and kind of capping a year-over-year increase. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Garbachian.
Yes. So on Model 1, where are the locations that we're looking for? On Model 2, it says curbside locations, but on Model 1, is it the city facilities first?
No.
That we want them to install, or parking meters to be removed and chargers to be installed? How does it work?
Model 1 is all about the public right-of-way. It could be in a parkway, access on a curb. It depends. There's a couple of different ideas. But no, it's whether or not it can replace parking meters. We haven't looked at the type of technologies that are out there from a perspective of whether or not an EV charger can replace a parking meter at the same time. But there's a premise. I mean, if you need the energy, you're going to park the car and plug in. You can kind of recoup costs through the same mechanism as saving that space for metering and parking there, right? It's still a potential revenue source to the city as well as to the utility. So we would look at that costing factor, how you would recoup the cost either through a license fee or a franchise fee or something along those lines.
Can you give me an example of a street or a location if it's not metered?
I can't, no, because we did a look at potential locations. I think we had 5 locations that we had previously identified with Electric Services Group. I don't know them right off the top of my head, but we're going to have to go back through and see now that we're about ready to issue this RFP to make sure the capacity still exists in those 5 locations. So, and we're going to look at other locations, see if we have capacity that's been made available due to our upgrades in the 4 to 12 kV conversions.
So let me give you an example. If, let's say on Glenox, there are areas that is a street parking, there's no meter, people can park an hour or 2, what have you. Are these the type of locations that they can install EV chargers?
Yeah, we might be able to do that. I would have to look at each one as a case-by-case basis because it's a matter of how we get the power to that location and transformers that need to be set up to accommodate.
And you said the the goal is to have one charger for every 10 vehicle?
That's California's goal. I don't know that we would be able to achieve that. We have to do something maybe a little more intelligently for our community.
As far as I know, we have about 11,000 EVs in Glendale, and that's a big number. But we have to start somewhere, of course.
Right.
You know, but also the number of we got a percentage of 53% of our chargers currently working.
Yes.
How many chargers do we have? That 53%?
84.
Or 40? So 84?
84.
So 47% of the 84 are not working.
Yes.
And they were installed when?
Oh, at least 2 or 3 years before I even got here in 22. So I'm not sure when the first ones are done. I think it was 2019 when the first ones were. 2019.
So the lifespan of these
Well, you know,
EV chargers are 4 to 6 years, 7 years?
we're victims of our own success. Glendale did early adoptions and trying to move towards getting EV chargers installed very early on. In 2019, it was much more of a niche market. A lot of mom and pop shops created these things. So we bought what was available at the time. What we've done over the years is transition to more stable providers, but we have a lot of infrastructure that was built by and provided through and then supported by multiple different companies. I can think of some of the installations that we have actually moved ownership 3 times. And then we ended up with Shell. Shell was doing the maintenance and oversight of the existing chargers that we had in our system. And then Shell decided, you know what, this business isn't for us, and we're getting out of it. They left. So then we had to scramble to try and find operations.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so do we all like Model 1, which is the staff's recommendation?
Do you want the hybrid or 1 and
Well,
3?
if you approve 1 and letting us do an RFP, we will essentially be doing the hybrid model because we already have
Right.
installed chargers everywhere that we manage.
I'm happy to move 1.
Okay,
I'll second that.
very good. Roll call.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. Next item, please.
I'm going to ask you.
Next is the second period of oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. We have 1 speaker card on this item, Beth Brooks.
Just want to see if you're going to stay, or you're going to leave. You're going to stay? Good. The first thing is, no, because typically you walk out. The 4 p.m.
You
meeting.
got permission.
Thank you.
I
You got
gave her permission.
Good, thank you, I appreciate it, Mayor.
You just didn't run. She asked me.
No, I don't care about that, yeah, yeah. The first thing is the 4 p.m. meeting where you have the future council member agenda requests. The problem is when you look at the agenda page on the website, it only shows a 6 p.m. meeting. So even though it's embedded in the agenda document that it's happening at 4 p.m., you don't know it when you look at it. So when I went to the, to the page today, I only saw 6 p.m., so I thought, oh, I guess they're not really having it today. Missed it. And then everybody was like, oh, no, it's in the agenda document. I'm like, well, then why isn't it separated out as an agenda item? So just as a
It was
suggestion.
good, too. It was a good discussion
I
at
heard
4.
it was good, and I missed it,
Yeah.
and one person showed up, and then I called at 5 o'clock, and I'm like, can I see it? And they said, no, we're gonna link it, later, so I didn't see it, and I didn't anything it, but it was, it would be great if you had it separated out, that 4 o'clock, this is what this happens, and 6 o'clock, that happens. Regarding the BRT, after some research that, at this point, I think everybody has reached the conclusion that this council has no intention of doing anything about that. And I believe that we've also been misled because there are things that the council can do, but it's going to have to be the next council because nothing's going to happen between now and June 2nd. And in the next few months, construction begins, and with those dedicated lanes, it's going to trigger SB 79, which will begin or could kick in on July 1st. So even though the council is refusing to do something, Glendale residents need to know that things can be done after June 2nd. Because while LA Metro controls the project, the city of Glendale controls our streets. That means Metro cannot implement the dedicated bus lines in Glendale without our cooperation. Under California Vehicle Code Section 21101, the city has legal authority over lane designations, traffic operations, and right-of-way permits. This means even though the LA County MTA has approved the project, they still need us to approve lane restriping, signal changes, parking removal, and construction permits. A new city council that actually cares enough to protect Glendale neighborhoods could take the following actions. Pass a resolution rejecting the dedicated bus lines. Direct staff to withhold approvals for lane conversions and signal changes required for exclusive lanes. Refuse the right-of-way permits Metro needs to construct those lanes. Formally notify Metro that Glendale will only allow mixed traffic bus operation within city limits, which is basically what Pasadena did. If Metro refuses to cooperate, and that's where I'm bringing in the 4 p.m. meeting, the council could then request a supplemental environmental review under CEQA, again, something you refused to agendize that Mr. Garpetian had asked for. This would absolutely delay the project long enough, I believe, to force a redesign. Here's the bottom line. Any new council will have about 3 weeks from early June to July 1st until SB 79 takes effect. They can still act within that window, pass a resolution, block lane conversion approvals, withhold construction permits, and force Metro back to the negotiating table because they cannot legally impose a street design on roads they do not control. As I said, the city must authorize lane striping, signal modifications, and construction permits. Without those approvals, Metro faces delays, legal conflicts over street authority, and potential environmental challenges which can take a very long time and be very expensive and hold up the entire project. You may not want to protect our single-family neighborhoods, but at some point, somebody will, because I think this is a real disservice to the public, and you've led us to believe that nothing can happen, but there are things that we can do. And I don't believe you won't do anything, but in a few months, hopefully, other people will. So that's my shortened, less than 5-minute speech at the end. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
I hate to disagree, but you're wrong about Glendale controlling the streets.
We'll see on June 3rd. You're probably right, but then again, I believe you. Yeah, we'll see.
June 3rd is not the date. I do want to ask the clerk to give you a copy of a letter that council has received from Metro regarding the EIR. You can just after the meeting, which may help explain some of the issues that you raised. Do you have a comment? Okay. I think we're ready. That concludes, no callers? That concludes our business today. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We are adjourned.